weeks.
Yeah.
And then it just magically...
It's just letting me go live?
Oh shit.
Okay, yeah, yeah, we should be live.
Hi, everybody.
Whitney
Hello.
Wham Wham Wazzle.
Yay!
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The
The
Muffin
Muffin
Man?
Man?
The Muffin Man.
Hold on, we are already going through some stuff.
Oh god.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Well,
because
let's
hold
continue
on.
the bit.
Yeah, well, hold on, because it's not, because I'm going through like I'm on the pre-stream, but I think I have to put the images back in.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because I got it loaded up on my TV, and right now it's just...
Yeah, don't worry, I got it.
Yeah, right now it's just loading and it's a black screen.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it's looking like right now, but I got everything loaded in now.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
See it.
Yay!
Do you also have
Okay, there we
the
go.
updated starting screen?
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I was sending him that stuff. So it's like, so yes, as everybody is coming in, welcome everyone to session 4 of Strixhaven, a curriculum of chaos. Right now, Brian, knock on wood, will be streaming. He's back on streaming duties. Yeah, at least as far as with his own streams, he said things have been going better, so we're gonna hope that it'll hold out for this one. If for whatever reason it doesn't, Jordan is on standby and he'll pick up.
I'll do my fucking best.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, how is everybody tonight?
Excited.
I am good.
Pretty good.
I am no longer Dave. I am free.
I had ice cream. I'm doing good.
Yeah. I would hope so after having ice cream. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, ice cream is always good.
unless it isn't. Has there ever, hey, here's an icebreaker. Has anyone ever had bad ice cream?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
I've had.
I
that
do
ice
not
cream.
like liquid nitrogen ice cream.
Ugh.
I
The
tried.
texture is wrong.
Yeah, I've never
I
had
tr-
that.
I tried whiskey ice cream. It is terrible.
Whiskey ice cream?
Hi, yes, when you want to get wasted and have brain freeze at the same time.
See, I've had
Waste
whiskey
free.
ice cream, and I actually thought it was okay. It's not like the best thing in the world, but I totally get why somebody wouldn't like it.
I guess I would like to say maybe ultimately it depends on what kind of whiskey and how much.
Right. In my case of bad ice cream, it was literally ice cream that should not have been past its expiration date. However, as soon as I put it in my mouth, I got like this sour taste.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It wasn't the actual flavor that was the problem.
Oh.
I know my friend Zenny teased me about this, but I hate mint chocolate ice cream. I just do not fuck with it.
It's fine.
I
Yeah, it's-
used to hate mint chocolate. I used to absolutely hate mint chocolate.
Like, I don't know, like, of every single time I tried to taste it, it just doesn't taste good to me. I love them. I love mint and I love chocolate separately. When you put them together, that's when my taste buds are like, this is too much. I hate it. Blech.
Yeah, no, I get that because there's like some
Yeah.
flavor combinations that just don't work well with some people.
Mm-hmm. All right. Also, hello, Dark Meta Knight, and hello, Dylan Watts.
Yeah.
Like as an example of that, I'm very, very picky about how I can eat tomatoes.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So, Dia?
Well, cause I know Ryan's actually talked about this on stream sometime, because it's like, he likes cherry flavored things. He doesn't like cherries themselves.
What?
Well, to be fair, I don't like cherries themselves either.
Like just all cherries or certain types?
Yeah, well, I think just like the actual like cherry itself. Like I don't know if he mentioned like a specific type, but it's like he likes like cherry flavored things. Like he likes cherry flavored candies and whatnot.
I think what it is with me, with like cherries themselves, is the texture.
That is actually true. Like, especially when you get a bad cherry that's all wrinkly and gross.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like actually like yeah. Now that I think about it, it's like a grape. I love eating grapes. Like doesn't matter. Like green grape, black grape, purple grape does not matter. I love eating grapes. They are very tasty. However, grape flavored candy? I might as well drink NyQuil.
Yeah.
It's to me, I think grape flavored candy is disgusting, but I do like grapes themselves.
That's me with bananas. Like, I love bananas, but I don't like the, anything with artificial banana flavor. But to my understanding, I think someone did tell me that the only reason so many banana flavored things taste so gross is because they're based on the original fruit. The not cloned version.
Right. By the way, I'd like to thank the audience for coming to our D&D live stream.
Yeah. I think everyone's pretty much here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Jen, I think you were gonna say something.
And I was like, DM, would you like to do a recap?
I will gladly do a recap. Alrighty, so from the latest edition of the Campus Quickies, another tragedy struck today in the Strixhaven Stadium, as a fun little exercise in the act of racing frogs ended in a fight for survival as the frogs grew to a ghastly size and assaulted their racers. One of the students then turned on their friends, much to the delight of one and the dismay of the others. The student is unnamed, and none of the witnesses are willing to tell the star the identity of the student. Reports of the soldier are still coming in. The frogs that attacked the students were found to have needles in them, and some students have reported a fairy flying around the campus.
And I think one of those frogs ate Aqua from Konosuba.
Ha!
Man, that was a missed opportunity. Oh well.
Alright. Alright. Whoop. Forgot to put in the link. I am an idiot.
It's alright. It's alright.
DM, do you want us to drop in our tokens?
Go on ahead and drop in ye tokens.
So you want me to go onto the... You want to go on the Roll20 screen now?
Go on ahead.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Alrighty, so Amy and Canvas. The two of you are escorting Pacifico through the swamplands of Witherbloom until you spot a mossy hut across the river. This you know to be the this is known to the Witherbloom students as the Witch's Clinic.
Alright.
Alright, I
we'll
think this
pull
is
up-
the place.
Yep. So, despite all that, opening side RP, Amy was not leaving Pacifico's side. No matter what, where they would take him, she was right there at his side. Her eyes full of worry and concern. She's always considered Pacifico a close friend, and she wanted to make sure he was okay, health and mental-wise. She's seen him only do this once.
Pacifico was just completely unable to look anyone in the eye as he was walking with Amy and Canvas. If anything, he just looked outright ashamed, and it's kind of hard to tell whether he's on the verge of tears or actually crying.
It's okay, Pacifico. As Amy would continue to try and comfort. Her voice soft and calm, just like the first time he ran into him. This time, though, no paladin to it. I'm not going anywhere. Just breathe, okay?
He's still kind of looking down. He's doing his best to not outwardly panic. Still very quiet, and he's shaking his head. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I knew something like this was going to happen.
I know, but Pacifico. As she was making sure he was still calm and level-headed. You didn't hurt anyone. Yeah, you swung at Luke, but he took it like a champ. He was willing to let you get it all out. Smiled. You even heard me call out to you.
He did shake his head, and he's finally able to look up. He was definitely crying. Now that you're seeing his eyes better.
There's no way he can look at me the same way. No way any of you can. No way anyone in the school can look at me like I'm not a freak anymore.
Pacifico, you know that's not true. I'm still beside you, and I'm still your friend. I took care of you when you awoke that power. Even now, I'm still willing to be your friend. As she looked at him with that soft yet concerned look. If anyone calls you freak, they need to realize where we are. We're in a school, a magic, full of different walks of life. We all came here for a reason. We're all freaks in some way. I'm sure someone in this school thinks I'm a freak because I have divine magic, and I have no idea how it works or where it came from. You're not a freak, Pacifico. You're a kind and hearted soul who came to the school for help. To help you learn and better at your power.
Yeah, Amy, and look what that ended up doing.
He kind of snapped at her a little bit. So in the few times other than his rage, he displayed any, like, anger towards someone, and you could tell on his face, he instantly regretted it.
I'm sorry for saying it like that. But it's true. I came here to control this, and I just wound up with less control than I had before.
I don't think so. Even though he did snap a little at her, she was kind of used to it because, John was always... Honestly, Pacifico, you were only in that state for 3 minutes. That was actually shorter than the time we met. And you didn't even need me to heal you either. It's honestly an improvement in my eyes.
He kind of rubbed some of the tears from his eyes. It wasn't even so much trying to calm himself down as trying to quell the feeling in his gut that people were going to be afraid of him. Treat him like the monster that he constantly felt like. But he did look towards her again.
Logically, you're right. But other people aren't going to see the improvement. They're just going to see the unstable shark man that could snap on someone who can't defend themselves.
I highly doubt that. I mean, you have 3 other people that will tell them otherwise. Even if you lose control again, I know we can pull you out of it. Plus, Luck, Canvas, and myself will stand up. We all didn't run away. We all want to help you.
It's pronounced Luke.
Luke. Remember that you have friends. A true monster doesn't have friends.
He shakes his head again.
I know you're right. The logical side of my brain can't argue with what you're saying at all, because it is logically correct. But then there's the other part that still just expects people to just not listen. It thinks I'm just going to drag down your reputations with me. It's not a rational part of me that keeps me afraid of this, but I know that. But thank you, really. Canvas, I suppose you're owed a bit of an explanation. Luke as well, but you're already here, so.
Canvas has just kind of been nodding throughout this entire thing and letting everyone talk back and forth as she seems mildly uncomfortable and not really able to add as much. But she does kind of step in. Whatever the reason, wholeheartedly, you're far from a monster. Monsters don't try and get better. Real monsters get worse, often on purpose. That's what separates us from them. Just like with magic, it boils down to the intent behind everything. You're better and you're going to get better.
Wasn't the first time that multiple people were telling him he wasn't a monster. That wording of not being a monster was one he didn't say himself already, but Canvas was smart. She knew how implied the idea was. He kind of slumped his shoulders, coming down more and more as I imagine we're getting like closer and closer to the infirmary itself.
Yeah, let's move up a bit.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
Oh, gee.
Like, no, I'm imagining we're getting close to like being there.
Yeah, we're
Pacific,
like
I didn't
we're out the front.
Pacifica, I didn't know you know Misty Step.
Does actually. Well, actually, no, he doesn't yet. Doesn't have second level spells yet.
Unorthodox
But-
usage of a spell, but I can vibe with that.
Like they've been talking for enough time where they'd probably cover that distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, good ending.
the anxious and scared part of him was not able to keep control over him with this much support around him. And maybe what he thought about himself was wrong. What he thought other people thought might have been wrong, at the very least here. Right. Okay. That was my instincts. His like eye twitches a little bit, explaining it like that. He doesn't like that. Sharks have a bloodlust naturally. The rest of my family controls it quite well, but I could never figure out how to do it. I thought maybe if I went in somewhat the opposite direction of the rest of my family, this martial discipline of combat, that would help, but it didn't. When I was young, I was called a monster plenty. That actually was not true. It was a vocal minority of extremists and some bullies at school that called him the Feral Prince. It's not like it came from nowhere, but that vocal minority just screamed so loud in his head, in the head of someone who was already so insecure about how he made his family look. And instead of the ending of this explanation, I feel like we go to the flashback.
Flashback time?
Flashback time.
Flashback time.
Flashback time. Okay, let me stop the creepy music. Even though I like the creepy music.
It's nice and
Time for-
We
Alright.
might need some different creepy music.
Oh, trust me, I got music. Yeah, let me
It's
just,
time for one tough fish.
Okay, hang on, let me,
All right, I'll get one out for
Hey.
you guys. Fibs.
Fibs. Okay, so we're gonna transition to here. All right. You may now begin ye flashback.
I don't have the small Amy.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll survive
Imaginize
somehow.
it.
So, the blue hues of clothing and indeed even the skin of the Prince of East River were stained red, as his eyes were, in an as the glow of his eyes were, I should say, as he found himself in an unfamiliar forest amidst a cry of anguish and tears doing what little they could to clean the claret from the face of the shark prince. His combined scream of rage and cry for help sounded out, pain still running through his muscles, both physical from the wounds laid upon him,
from his brother's self-defense, and mental from the light he believes he saw fade from his brother's eyes. He was not out of that state of rage just yet. Rising to his feet with a stumble, labored in uneven breaths escaping his lips as his vision remained clouded in crimson, both metaphorically and literally. Staggering forwards in search of prey, whereas the rational part of his mind that was in the back of his mind, in the backseat, was hoping some sort of release from the familiar, all-consuming bloodlust.
Gathering water from a nearby stream was a tiny and frail, noble farm girl. It was just turning dark when she sensed something magical in the air, followed by the sounds of cries of some. She would turn to see this creature, covered in wounds, dropping her bucket upon seeing his state. Guard a bed up. Hello? She called out to him. He was no elf she had seen before, nor was he some kind of fairy. Are you okay, sir? She called out to him in Elvish, a bit scared but wasn't sure if he needed help.
The creature in question, by the time he had walked far enough for Amy to see him, one hand against a tree to stabilize himself, shaking. He was coming down from the range that consumed him, sort of. Enough to look up when he was spoken to and see the girl that was there. He was fighting against that instinct in his mind, screaming for him to attack, to feed. He stumbled forward again, responding first in Primordial, the only language he could very well seem to be able to speak typically when he was in this state. No. Even in Primordial, it would sound like a cry for help. But somehow the next response managed to be in the language she had used to ask him of his state. Something he'd picked up from his uncle. Elvish. Leave. Get away from me! That instinct took over his rational mind again, and he yelled out as he lunged for him. There was a battle in his mind, even based on the body language of the lunge forward. Let me switch over to the screen so I can do it. And he can do it across the water. His rational brain did his best to make sure that anything dangerous his body could do was hampered as much as possible. But he'd likely wind up tackling her to the ground, at least, before the real Pacifico could stop the feral shark whose nose was still filled with the scent of blood.
Upon being tackled to the ground, Amy had let out a loud scream for help. No, not again. She wasn't going to be helpless. Not this time. Her hand glowed with a mythical power, a power that had woke just a few days ago. But before she could strike, she would see his eyes. They were screaming for help, that he was fighting for control. Upon further inspection, she would see that he was wounded pretty grievously. Instead of striking him down with her magic, she would instead focus on a wound and would cast Cure Wounds upon him, hoping that would calm him down. It's okay. I can help you, she responded calmly. It was obvious he was scared, wounded, and lost. However, her scream did not fall on deaf ears, as her brother would hear it, dropping what he was doing and grabbing his sword.
Okay, now I'll take John from here.
Yeah.
It's like, I knew Father shouldn't have let her go on her own.
The bloodied prince felt the warmth of the curative magic from the sorceress. The fight seemed to shift more in favor of the calm aspect in his eyes.
The one that was begging for help rather than baying for blood. Even just as he was about to bite down on her shoulder, he managed to stop himself. He was still shaking, not having enough control to actually move away. But as he fought enough to at least keep himself from actually striking, he was able to strain out a word or two of common. Stop me! Those tears would flow again. He would shift his head downwards, openly crying. The rational part of him was starting to get control back. Knowing what he'd done before arriving here, what he was about to do, the guilt and despair were overwhelming.
Breathe, she would say. Think. Focus on your breathing, she would say, now seeing he was just having a panic attack. Given his state, something must just awoke, and he had no control of. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise.
Get off my sister, you monster! Alrighty. Okay.
If you want to read that part, Danny, you can.
Oh, sure. Okay. As the much stronger and older boy would tackle the shark off of Amy, sword raised with the shield, decked in holy-looking armor.
John, wait! No, it's not what you think!
Stay back, Amy! I've had it with these outsiders messing with us! As his sword glowed with divine magic, casting down smite upon the still wounded Pacifico.
Well, he almost got control back. He'd get tackled off. He'd manage to flip back onto his feet. Very dexterous guy. And the eyes would again be more fully aglow with that bloodlust. As unfortunately, the aggression towards him had just pushed him further back into it. He growled like a wild animal as he screams in rage when charging John. And then a crack. And he'd fall to the ground unconscious. It was probably the most effective way to break it, honestly. He would be able to hear his heartbeat, the world around him shifting in and out. How long would he be out exactly? However long it was. He would awaken again eventually, with a sudden start, pain rushing through his entire body.
Alrighty, let me switch over real quick and we'll get the creepy music off. Alright, so go on ahead and place tokens.
I believe the bedroom we need is probably this one, yeah?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yep. Alrighty. Yep. Okay. Yep, continue.
When Pacifico woke, he found himself actually in a warm bed, bandaged and having a cool rag upon his head. The room was pretty small but comfy, a small water dish with rags already in them, various bottles of potions that were empty or unopened. And Pacifico was in a large bed, tucked in. At his size was the same girl he had tackled over at his state, placing another cool rag upon his forehead. And seeing him wake, he says, "Oh good, you're awake. I got a little scared there a bit."
He was still kind of panicking a little bit when he woke up. It kind of thrashed a little bit. Almost as though he was waking up from a nightmare. He'd look over and see the girl who was watching over him. And there was a distinct difference in the reaction. He was rational enough that the pain actually hindered his movements. So what would have been violent thrashing was more so just a light bit of tossing and turning. He did look confused, as if trying to remember things. And then it clicked, and the panic attack from before started to set in again. Grunts of pain as he kind of forced himself to sit up, definitely sooner than he should.
Stop. I got my brother. He's...
And the pain would settle in more and more, and he'd shiver again, tears welling up, once again openly crying, much more openly crying. But now he was speaking with common, and he wasn't attacking people. So it was definitely something different.
Hey, easy, you're still wounded. She would put a hand on his chest, trying to get him to hold still. I just managed to stop your most severe wound from opening up again. Please relax. As there was concern in her eye. It's going to be okay, I promise. I don't want you to strain yourself. Breathe and focus on healing for now, okay? When you're fully rested, you can return to your brother. As the young sorceress was doing her best to make sure that he was healed and stable. Clearly using potions instead of her own magic meant that she wasn't exactly an expert at healing on her own yet.
He shook his head, trying as though to say, "No, I can't," but didn't fight her, and trying to get him to hold still. The tension not helping his recovery.
No, I can't. He's already gone.
He was much more uncontrollably crying than before, trying to curl up or leave or do something that would ease it.
She would hear him out. Sounded like something went terribly wrong and he had a panic attack. She would offer him a tissue. Oh, how about you tell me what happened? What brought you here? I'm willing to listen to you. Clearly to Pacifico, she was willing to let him vent and get whatever he needed. She wasn't going to judge him, but she was rather curious.
He'd take the offer of the tissue, doing his best to relax. He knows that relaxing is helpful for the recovery process.
My brother and I, we were sparring. That's normal. We're both, I suppose calling us shark people is a bit of a simplified way of putting it. Ancestry linked back to sharks.
Sorry, I can barely get the words out. That would explain the blue skin.
For most of my family, the instincts that come with our bloodline are easy to control. For me, it's always been harder. I don't really remember what happened, but I remember blacking out. Next thing I know, I'm on top of him with my sword in his chest.
His voice was like shaking.
I screamed. When the screams ended, he wasn't there anymore. And
He looks confused and kind of looks around a little bit.
Briarbend. We're in Briarbend, right?
Amy thought to herself, people, that's first. Sounds like a power just awoke inside you and your body didn't know how to process it on cue. Hence your wild state. Someone like me and my brother, we had a moment that power woke inside of us a few days ago, and it took us a while to control it. And upon hearing him saying Briarbend, I never heard a village of that before. This is Rithtown, in the district of the High King of Kenrit. Well, to be precise, this is Freya Farms.
He just looked more confused at her explanation of where she's from. And that caused him to panic a little bit more. Granted, for an entirely different reason.
You said were the names just then? Okay. I don't recognize any of those. Look, maybe the country would probably help more, because Brabant isn't even a town. I still don't know how I got from Palazzo de Mar to here in, like, an instant, but, I guess... baby steps. It was clear he was convincing himself to not panic. And especially being this far, clearly very far from home. So far that he couldn't even identify where he was. And he's a diplomat, so that's pretty fucking far.
Yep. No. Sadly, this is the country of Ardenval. As Amy was just as puzzled as Pacifico was when he mentioned... hold on first. Let me go grab something quick. So she would disappear, then come back with a map. I don't know if this will help, but here's the map of the 5 court territories if it's around the other courts or in the wilds. Presenting the map, and on the bottom corner it says, Map of Eldritch.
By the way, Pacifico did not even say the name of the country, but the name of literally his house. The Palace of the Sea. He would look at that map, though, looking even more confused. And his vision eventually landed on the... he would look more confused. None of this is familiar. His vision would land in the court. Not even this Eldraine? It's like I'm in... And he would just stop. Get a blank look. Look towards Amy. I just got Frangelicoed.
Frangelicoed? She blinked a few times. She began to put the pieces together. Everything he said, his looks, which didn't fit any of the elves she's used to. His confusion, how her brother reacted to him, and his strange unknowingness of 5 court. Wait, I think I know what you are now. It explains a lot. You're an outsider, aren't you? It's okay if you are, though my brother isn't fond of them. You come from a different world.
Yeah, I just used the term named after my brother-in-law, but... Actually, it's kind of not the same thing. He shook his hand... he shook his head and put a hand to his temple. Like, it almost looked like it was in pain at first, but then it's like... I don't know why, but... I feel like I already know the way back home. That's... strange.
Huh. That's interesting. I guess outsiders know how to return if they get lost or in danger. She rubbed the back of her head. You're still injured. I want you to rest and regain your strength. John, did quite a number on you. It almost exhausted me just trying to heal up that... John's sword just barely missed a vital organ. You blacked out when he struck. As she would point to the wrap bandage on his stomach.
He'd look down and see it, and then...
I couldn't. I'm sure the medical staff back home will make sure that I'm okay. And I don't think your brother will like me hanging...
And he was trying to wave her off. He would kind of... The pain would kind of interrupt him mid-sentence. And he'd put his hand to his head again. Yeah, John wasn't the first person to do a number on him that hour. His brother was a paladin as well. One that landed a smite bop to the head about the same time Pacifico's blade struck back.
I told John to cool it around you. I explained what could have happened to you and how it was similar to our situation. Amy would just give him some chicken soup to help him relax.
John may hate outsiders, but he does understand what happened. He feels a tad guilty, but he's just very protective of me. But you're not going anywhere, at least not for a while. He, may have broken your foot, too.
She would move the sheets to show him his left foot all bandaged up.
I tried my best to heal it, but it will take some time for it to recover.
Great. He didn't seem happy about having to stay here for an extended period of time himself, but at the same time, he wasn't gonna fight it with the foot broken too. Considering what his brain was showing him about how he needed to get back, it was going to be a lot harder to do on one leg. He then looked towards Amy again.
Some of these injuries might not have been your brother, actually. Like I said, I've not had the control over my instincts that the rest of my family has, and there have been times I've lost control, and my brothers told me that I've kept moving with broken bones.
That might have been why he was staggering when he was found. His foot was already broken in the fight with Corona.
2 fights in one day. Gotta say, you are one tough fish. Able to sustain injuries like that. And even fighting in a stick without a shield, no less. Like, you're a very tanky one for one like yourself. No, really, that's impressive.
She even had to laugh at her own compliment.
Oh yeah, my mother and father don't mind if you stay here too. Whatever you need, they will certainly get for you. Food, entertainment, or basic necessities. I left you a stack of books in case if you want to read up on things from our world.
When she gave the compliment, he would kind of look away. Compliments were just very embarrassing for him. It never felt like he deserved them. He did smile a bit at the idea of reading up on things from this place, though. Learning new things tended to be something that piqued his interest a lot.
Thanks. I should probably tell them the types of things I'm normally used to eating, just in case. Like, raw meat, for example.
The conversation would continue, and over the next several weeks, Pacifico would heal up from the damage done, and eventually be good to go. After that, he always considered Amy a friend, even if from a distance. If they ever met again, which they did, he wanted to protect her next time. After all, he was one tough fish.
Yep. And of course, Amy did take a liking to him, even developing a small crush on him, but she was young. At least until
And he was gay.
Yeah. Which she was fine with, and totally be okay with being his friend.
And I believe snap back to reality.
Yes. Let's get back to the clinic.
And it turned out that my brother was alive, and it did turn out that my brother was alive, and which was obviously preferable.
Understandable.
Wasn't mad at me for it.
Huh. But yeah, that's our story of how I know Pacifico.
Well, at least I know now. I guess I know a bit better on why you wanted that meet back at the bar. Alright, well, shall we? Gesture to
Yep.
the cottage.
Yep, let's go.
So as you all make your way into the cottage, you all knock. The door opens, and you see a little bipedal axolotl show up at the door.
I'm an axolotl!
Here's like, hello!
hello. We have my friend here is not feeling well. Can we come in?
Hello. And he'll step aside and he will lead you to the beds. Then I guess
I kept trying to tell you guys I'm probably fine, but
Well, it doesn't hurt to make sure you're mentally well, you know?
I suppose.
Alright, so then you see the little axolotl, he just kind of goes off and just goes, hello!
Why is he making me feel like I'm back on Ixalan?
Alright. So then out steps this old-looking woman with wild hair that's clearly never met a comb in her life, a crooked nose, and rotting teeth. Amy, if you would like to roll a history check?
Sure. That is an 11.
Alrighty. So you've heard tales of these creatures back home in Eldraine, but you can now safely say this is the first hag you've ever met.
Yep. And Amy's slightly weary of Faye for obvious reason.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fresh meat! What brings you to Batty Tracy's humble cottage today?
We just got out of an incident and we just want to make sure our friend here is mentally well.
Is that so? Alright, let's see what you brought old Tracy. So she will approach you Pacifico.
Nervous.
She approaches you, and you can see she begins waving her twisted fingers around you, and she's kind of humming to herself. It's like, you've put yourself through the ringer now, didn't you? And she'll go and knock Pacifico on the head. Nothing wrong there.
She just...
Thanks.
Don't worry, Pacifico, this is normal behavior.
Alright, so clearly you've drained yourself, and I know just the thing, so I'll be right back with your medicine. As she goes to her little workstation, she calls out, Sunshine! Come entertain the patient! So as she goes and does so, you now see this little rat girl just kind of like coming down the stairs, but she's not walking down the stairs, she is spinning down the stairs. And when she comes to you, she just starts doing interpretive dance. And as she's dancing, you can see she's trying to time her steps to the sound of a soft tweeting that you can hear coming from the medicine room in which the hag went to.
Can I see if I can interpret the meaning of the interpretive dance?
Sure, why not?
Art is up to interpretation after all.
Let's see. I guess that would probably be what, insight?
Sure. Can I have a bonus considering a blade singer?
Sure, why not?
What kind of bonus? Are we gonna do it with advantage or?
Oh, yeah, sure, advantage.
Wow. Dice are not happy with me today. Pacifico is still just like, what the fuck is going on? He got a 9.
Alright. Yeah, so you're still feeling out of it of sorts, she's just just kind of like just dancing around the room, doing like all these weird odd movements.
And is this also normal?
Yeah, enchanted animals are pretty normal too.
I'm sorry, what the fuck is that movement supposed to be?
Alrighty. So then you hear, all right, sunshine, that's enough. And, right from there, she immediately stops. And, damn it, roll 20. It's like, roll 20 decided to not respond. Fuck off.
How dare.
Work all the time.
Seriously. Okay, so, so as I said, so upon hearing the hag, Patty Tracy, she immediately stops and proceeds to spin back up the stairs. Okay.
I'll have what she's having in the morning.
Okay. And then then you hear the hag, go, "Hello! Go feed Canary!" The little axolotl nods, goes into the medicine room, grabbing like a little handful of food and holding it out. The tweeting stops. From the doorway, you can see a human hand reaching for the food being offered. And then when the hag returns, it's like, "Here, drink this. It'll perk you right up."
I'm going to look. Can I Arcana check this?
Yes, you can. Yeah, go on ahead. You can
Could I
Arcana
check
roll
too?
if you want.
I got a nat one.
Oh my god.
Oh
Whoa,
god,
guys, so much-
Pacifico, you are really out of it.
I got a 21.
Honestly, that's fair.
Okay, so yeah,
Okay,
so
what was that?
so Pacifico, yeah, you're still out of it. You don't know. Amy, from what you can tell, and at least from what you can feel, it actually just feels like this is like a standard like healing potion.
Alright, it's just a normal potion. You can drink it.
Okay. Lily's still nervous, but goes to drink it.
All right, so Pacifico, you drink the potion, and immediately your mouth is flooded with the typical sharp tang of medicine, followed by the aftertaste of copper.
Ugh.
Did this have blood in it?
It's like the blood of a hen, to be precise.
He does not know what to make of. Wait a minute. How did you know about that?
I was like, you see, it's working already.
Pacifico is just dumbstruck.
Don't question it, Pacifico. It's just better not to question it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, now that he's healed up, then she goes and turns to Amy and Canvas, like, how about you two? Is there anything you need me to look at?
No, I'm fine.
no.
I'm fine.
I'm good.
Right, very well. All right. Now, you little dumplings need to run along.
All right, thank you.
I would be inclined to agree.
Gone. Just gone. Amy's from Eldraine. She knows what hags are capable of.
Canvas, come on.
Pacifico doesn't even know Misty Step it yet, and he casts it.
Just
I cast, get the fuck out of here!
Blade Song to leave faster.
Alrighty. Okay, so as that's going on, let's go on ahead and let's go quickly over to let's go check up on old Thistle.
Oh, me.
So,
Phew.
okay, now
That
let
was
me
funny.
So, hang on, let me get
I'm an axolotl!
Was the axolotl's name actually Hello,
yes.
by the way? Alright, gotcha.
All right.
Hello.
Alright.
Yes.
Hello? Alright.
All right.
So just drop my token down?
yeah, just drop
Hello?
drop your token anywhere, and oh, of course, Bongo doesn't want to play the music. Oh well, that's okay.
Ah.
Quick, get the acapella.
That's okay. Anywho, yeah, so that's okay. We'll continue onward anyway. Okay, so Thistle. So following Luke's directions from before, you finally find yourself at Silver Quill campus, just taking in the sights of stately buildings being swarmed by floating ink.
I just sort of look at my surroundings, mainly just to get a lay of the land. Not that I'm impressed or anything, but always good to, you know.
All right. Okay, and then this is when you are approached by an Owlin woman with black and white ink swimming in the air around her. You are not one of our students. Are you lost, young man?
You could say that. I presume that you must be... Let me check my notes here. Here we go. I presume that you are Brina Demagogue?
Yes, I am the demagogue you seek.
Alright. I was told that you could help me understand omen paths.
Ah, you seek Fane the broker. Come. And she will escort you to a small little office building. Does not matter where on that map, because now we're on this map.
There it is.
Oh, now it decides. Thank you.
Don't know. Scuff.
It's like, fuck it, fucking hell. But that's okay.
No, don't mention Scuff. We're not Amelie.
Anywho.
Oh god, there's Scuff.
Alright. So, alright, so inside, you see a large fountain in the center of the ground floor with a marble statue of a dragon seated at the top. 4 offices stand in the cardinal directions, 2 staircases nestled in between. So Brina is going to take you to this office right here, like in the west. Where there you see a massive book and a crystal ball on the desk. A globe sits in the corner, and there's a small fireplace providing warmth and dim light. And sitting at the desk is Fane the broker. It's like, oh, may I help you, demagogue? Like, I have a young man who seeks your help. He's traveled the omen paths. Really? And now he turns to you, Thistle. And you don't look worse for wear. That is surprising. It's like,
Well, I didn't exactly start out that way. I was hurt, and then whatever the own path did, I stumbled out into a village. Dwarves took care of me. But they nursed me back to health, and here I am.
are you from Eldraine? Or Alara? Dominaria, perhaps?
I just shake my head no. I've heard of them.
It's like, huh, okay. Then where are you from?
I come from a plane called Dermot.
Dermod. He turns to the big book that's on his desk, and you just see he's just thumbing through the pages. See, Dermod. Oh dear. This is vexing. It appears I don't have a connection to such a place.
What? What are you talking about?
It's like, and that's where Brina turns to you. It's like, your home may be out of reach now, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to find. Fane is our master of extraplanar travel. If anyone can find Dermod, he can.
Let's hope you're right. I'm not in the mood to be going on side quests.
Well, of course, you realize this may take some time. There are countless worlds outside of Arcavios, and many of them are similar in nature to each other.
Hearing this, Thistle just sort of, he grunts and, thinks back to, the last time he saw his troops, and then says, well, do we at least have a place to start? Anything? Anything at all?
Fane will reach into his desk and he pulls out a scroll, and unraveling it. Well, for starters, if you can describe your world to me. So yeah, Thistle, go on ahead and describe Dermod.
Alright. Well... Dermod is a land blanketed in lush green forests and beautiful rivers to the north, and treacherous bogs, tall mountains, and foreboding caves that seem to go on for miles in the south. And the south is where I come from. But both sides of the world are home to all sorts of fae. Fairies, goblinoids, elves, changelings, bugbears, even giants and Vargas, pukas. But it's difficult to place because as for when we began, not even the Maiden of Gloom knows. And I presume the Queen of Thorns isn't much worse for wear on that either. All we know is that we've been fighting for as long as we can remember.
Okay. Then you just see, Fane is just writing every single word that you said, getting every last detail. And you just watch, with a wave of his hand, the ink is just flowing from the bottle and just tumbling across the scroll. And then, once you stop, you see it just kind of wafts back into its bottle. It's like, perfect. You've definitely given me a lot to look at. It certainly sounds very unique. Once I've established contact, I will notify you immediately.
Thank you.
Alright, and then Brina will turn and she'll say, in the meantime, I will notify the Oracle of your situation. No doubt, you are more than welcome to stay here in the meantime.
Well, it's better than sleeping outside.
Alrighty, so... alright, so in that case, okay. Let's move on to Luke. What will Luke be doing?
Lukey.
Luke was waiting at the stadium for any member of faculty to come in so he could give them the rundown of what happened.
Gotcha, okay. Alrighty, I think it's still set up from before. Yes, it is. Okay. let me.
Wait a minute, I'm not here anymore.
Uh,
Yeah, don't worry.
There are
I've been
3
there.
people here that should not be
we
here.
don't- Yeah, you're not here,
Froggy.
and you're not here, and we will leave. We'll leave the little froggies. Okay.
Froggy.
Alright.
Including Frogcifico.
Frogcifico. Alrighty, so
Frog
then.
Amy.
Alright, so in that case, you see your magical physiology's teacher, Verelda Lang. She comes up and is just completely taken aback by what she's seeing. Yeah, she's like, look, what happened here?
Yeah. Well, 2 things of note. 3. First, Exploration Club caught these frogs. Decided to race them. Second, the frogs turned into mutants. So, me, Pacifico, Canvas, Amy, and a fairy, I think he was, named Thistle, fought him off. Cleared all the other students out of the way. Third, Pacifico went fucking nuts. It was fucking amazing.
Yeah, she's
It's
just
things.
she's just kind of like taken aback by, especially by the fucking amazing. She's just like, well, where is he now?
Canvas and Amy have taken him off, I think, to the Witherbloom witch's hut. He calmed down. He's fine.
He's like, oh,
Nobody got hurt. I made sure of that. Nobody got hurt.
Okay, well, that's at least good. But still, and she goes,
And-
she's just looking at the frogs like they're just lying on the ground. They're just like, bleh.
He holds up the sample he collected, and after we knocked the frogs out, they vomited this up and turned back to normal.
Okay, and then she comes to you and just kind of takes a look at it. And she's just like, yeah, she's like, huh.
It's reminiscent of the, and he pulls out the sample of the leather polish. This, which is what turned those trunks into mimics during inauguration.
Oh yes, and the little mimic that you made as a test.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna have to go and test this substance to see if it works, if it only works on living subjects rather than leather, because this only worked on leather. I think someone's fucking with Arcavios.
Oh yeah, two incidents like this back to back. That's certainly not good. And you said
Curiously, my group tied to both of them.
yes, and you said a fairy. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
It's like there are no fairies that are enrolled in this school.
That's what I thought. I thought I'd met everyone by now, but no. Apparently, fairy named Thistle carried a gun.
It's like, oh dear. Oh, all right. Well, we're definitely gonna have to notify the rest of the faculty. In fact, yeah, I need to talk to the Oracle about this.
Well, it seems like these. If we could get a cleanup crew in here to get rid of this substance and destroy it, I'd say, and then
Yeah.
get the exploration crew to exploration club to come get these guys and bring them back, take them back to where they came from.
Okay. It's like, all right, okay. In that case, yeah, I'll help out. I'll get the I will get the cleaning crew in the stadium to help out with this, and yes, I will get a hold of the club.
Thank you. I just didn't want to leave until someone on staff actually came and had a look at this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you for all your help, and do be careful with this research. You know, this between this and the mimics, it's like, yeah, this is getting very dangerous. You know, do you want me to? Would you like me to assist you in testing?
Honestly, having someone with an eye for more biological stuff is a good idea. I tend to work with machines more than anything else. Got it. So yes, please.
Alrighty, so we will go on ahead and we will assume that, we'll go ahead and assume that we have, we'll have the cleaning crew, coming in, and then, let me, okay, first off, let's get the Silver Quill music off, because now we're going back to freaking Witherbloom.
Yeah. The frog get picked up by a purple
Not
cat.
Not just Witherbloom, friggin' Witherbloom.
Alrighty, so let's get back to the, where'd I put? It's like, God, roll 20. Why do I have so many maps? There we go.
Alright, I made a
I ask
campaign.
myself the same question sometimes.
I have so many maps.
Yeah. To help you save time in the future, I would bring the relevant maps closer to the start of the selections, and then just leave the rest where they are.
Alright.
So, like, the maps you know you're going to use today, I would bring to the forefront.
Yeah, I probably need to do that, because I got them, like, all set up, like, by location. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that's working. Anywho.
Yeah, it can work, but, you know, practice.
Alrighty, so at the Witherbloom lab. Okay, so Verelda will sit with you. So, yep, Luke, do your thing.
Well, I'm gonna run the first two tests I did again, first of all to define if this is a magical or a mutation effect. So, well, what role did we have for that one?
I think we were doing going back and forth between like Arcana and Medicine checks.
I'm not good at medicine, but that makes sense because I'm not, a druid.
It's fine.
Yeah, so.
But Arcana, I can absolutely do.
Okay.
That is an 18 for a total of 23.
Nice.
Alrighty, so. Yep.
Magical or mutation?
This is mutation.
Okay, so this is a mutagen that someone has either made or inserted into something. So, first things first, it's not a magical transformation effect, it's something that's forced them to mutate. So, that's distinctly different from the mimic serum, because that wasn't that didn't make them mutate, it physically turned them into mimics.
Okay.
Second check is for potential school. It's probably abjuration or transmutation, but it's good to find out anyway.
Remind me, what exactly is abjuration spells? Like,
shield
they're
magic.
defensive. Shield magic.
Defense. Shield magic, okay.
But it also changes things to an extent.
Gotcha.
I think it's more likely transmutation than that. But
I also want to comment that abjuration still also fills the role of the destruction of magic itself. Dispel magic and counterspell.
Yeah, so overall, a defensive form of magic, not exclusively to shields, but it can defend from other magical effects, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is the magic of magic.
Magic of magic. Okay.
Oh, right.
So now for a test to figure out if it's tied to a certain school of magic, because we know it's a mutation effect. It's still got to have some sort of magic to do anything properly.
Yeah. So I saw it with the stream was buffering on my TV, but I think we're okay now.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, because that's what I was like, oh god, don't tell me.
Yeah,
Anywho,
well,
so
yeah, well, I didn't get a notification for it.
All right. No, all right, no problem. Anywho, so all right. So with that, yeah, you can definitely tell this is what's called a transmutation.
As I thought, transmutation. Never be too sure. Sometimes someone sneaks in conjuration or something that really fucks something up. He's sort of muttering like he's done this sort of thing before.
Okay.
Not the tests, the messing with magic.
All right. Then
And-
so, oh yeah, go on ahead.
Now is probably something unethical.
Oh.
We need to figure out if it only affects creatures or if it can affect inanimate objects, like the mimic making fluid that we have.
Well, we got plenty of specimens on hand. Is there anyone in particular you would like?
Well, from what I've seen, this thing only works on frogs, but I don't know if it only works on frogs.
All right, well, I'll get you a frog and a rat.
All right. Could we get some mages on standby, in case? Because we need to knock them out as soon as they mutate. Otherwise, they'll try to kill people.
Alrighty, so alright, so Veralda goes and picks up one small rat and one frog, and we'll just have we'll have these I'll grab all the students in here, including Erzmaktar, who's also here as well. So
We'll just
They-
pretend they're high-level mages.
I mean,
Yes.
students are enough. We proved that.
all right. Okay, so with that, yep, she presents you with the frog and the rat.
All right, everyone, get ready. These may turn ugly, quite literally. Don't kill them. And he takes some of the fluid and smears it on the inside of their mouths.
Okay. So
Jesus, mutate.
so you see so you wait a little bit, and you see at first the frog is just sitting there croaking, the rat's just kind of skittering around, and just when you think it's not going to do anything, that's when you start to see their eyes begin to turn red.
Both of them?
Both of them.
Oh, fuck. He just sort of whacks the rat on the head to knock it out. Nah.
All right. And Veralda will probably, do the same thing with the rat. So knock them both out, and, she'll probably, cast some kind of, a holding spell or something to, keep them contained.
We want to induce vomiting. It seems to be what turned them back.
And with that, she'll probably, flip them, and she'll probably, do whatever it is you do, rubbing them or something. Do whatever it is.
It's a wither bloom. They know how to make something vomit.
Yeah, whatever it is that you do to make a little tiny creature vomit, and with a big belch from the frog, and I assume some kind of a disgusting sound from the rat. Yep, it's the substance gets puked up and all over the workstation.
Prestidigitation, that could probably clean this up.
Yep, and she will go on ahead and take care of that.
So
and then
he caps off his vial of the solution that he has, and just sort of hands it off to the staff. That affects biological creatures, and I don't want to be anywhere fucking near that. Don't let anything ingest it, please.
all right. Yep. So with that, they'll be like, okay, not a problem, and they will, they'll probably lock that away somewhere safe within the labs until it's properly disposed of.
Where the fuck is this stuff coming from?
Meanwhile,
Do we have any records of where the where the exploration club found them? The frogs, I mean.
And it's like, it's like, I believe, I think we can, if we can get a hold of at least one of the members, we can, we can ask them where it came from. Like, did they say where they found them?
I as a player do not remember. Did they?
they said the swamp.
Yeah, like the swamps outside of Witherbloom.
Apparently, they found them in the swamps outside of Witherbloom. But if we can get a more exact location, we might be able to find something that leads us to whoever did it.
All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'll get. Yes. Okay. I'll get a hold of the club members, and I will have them personally take me to where it is that they found these frogs. Because
If it's all right, considering myself and the others have been at both of these, would it be okay if you told us where it is, where the source of it is? I mean,
where they
I'm
found.
only a student here,
Yeah.
but
Where they
if you can find the source of the fluid, I'd like to find it.
I was like, yep, yes, like, as soon as we find, like I said, we'll find for where the frogs are. As for the substances itself, I think maybe if we can test them even further, like, try, like, not like testing them on other things, but to, like, try and break it down. I think if we find that, we might be able to get a lead.
I'm not really a chemist, I'm an engineer.
Not a
Might
not
be
a
able to
problem.
get Pacifica to help with that, though.
It's like, but also don't forget we actually do have a master chemist here. And she turns to look to Erzmithtok.
Oh, wait. Luke just looks at him, and then he flips through the copy of To the Atelier he got. Oh, so you're the one doing that? Okay.
Yes,
Weapons are still weapons.
Yeah, Erzmithtok actually fancies more on the chemical side of things, especially potion making. I'm sure if we give him some leads, give him the substances, he might be able to break it down and, help us.
Well, I honestly don't want to be anywhere near this substance again at the moment. So I'll happily hand it off.
All right, so then, yep, you hand it to her, and she will in turn go and hand it over to him. And she says, I need you to study these substances and break them down to every component. As soon as you find any sort of lead, any sort of commonality, I need you to let me know. And then with that, he takes both the substances, he nods, and immediately goes to work. All right. Is there anything else that you would like to do while you're here?
No, I don't really think so.
Alrighty then.
Finding out what I can about those is good. I've got to go check on Pacifico.
All right. Well, you be careful, and yes, and when you do see him, yes, do let him know that I hope he feels better.
I will. Thank you for the help.
No, you're welcome.
And with that, Luke leaves.
Alrighty, so now let's head back over to the dorms.
Yay.
Dorms.
The dorms.
And I'm pretty sure it's also getting late, so probably.
So by this point, just assume that assume that you've all managed to make it back.
Amy just collapses on her bed, like, ugh.
Yes.
Pacifico is trying to sleep. Trying to get some sleep, knowing that it'll probably take him probably 12 hours to get 8 hours of sleep.
That's a mood, Gabriella.
Yeah.
By the time Luke got back to the dorms, it was late. He'd spent a lot of time working on testing and waiting for a staff member to show up to the stadium itself. Pacifico was likely in his room, so Luke went to the door and gently knocked on it. He didn't want to make it harder for Pacifico than it likely already was.
So Pacifico, for one, was still awake, probably still in recovery from a nightmare or two. As probably only Quinn at this point realizes is normal, and Amy, but for different reasons. He would, as is a bit usual for him, just initially only crack the door open. It was a little more solemn and down than usual, rather than the scared. Feeling a little bit better than on the way to the infirmary, though, and in the infirmary, and on the way out of the infirmary, a little bit better than that. When he saw it was Luke, though, he would actually open it more fully. And one could think that he was looking down towards Luke, but it was more like he was looking down past him. He couldn't really look him in the eye. And Quinn would probably be asleep. He'd probably try to move things further away from in the doorway. And close the door. But at the same time, he wouldn't really know how to begin. It almost looked like he was just waiting to get chewed out or asked what the fuck was wrong with him.
Luke looked up at Pacifico as he exited his room, and he smiled. You alright, mate? He was alone. He hadn't brought his machines. At that point, it was clear he felt safe. He didn't feel scared, angry, confused, or concerned. He was more worried about how Pacifico was doing than his own well-being.
Cat.
Cece.
Hello, Dave.
She's on my back.
Cece gets called Dave. Come on, doesn't she get
Everyone who isn't playing is Dave.
Even the animals, okay.
Yes. She's the fluffy Dave.
Pacifico, see, for him seeing Luke not even seeming to be scared or anything about it, he saw him even smiling and he had to look away. Because someone else would be that casual about it. His brother. And that would be even more terrifying to him, considering what Pacifico had done to his own brother at one point. I'll, be okay, I think. Kind of rubbed the back of his neck. It's true, he was steadily being convinced that, well, things really were better than they used to be. He was actually able to be stopped without getting knocked out for once, and his own measures to make sure that he couldn't hurt anyone seemed to have helped.
I get the feeling if I try to apologize to you, you're going to tell me that I shouldn't.
Of course you shouldn't apologize. You didn't hurt me, and even if you did, I'm capable of healing myself in that. Look, I'm worried about you. I can see that some of your fears come from that. He was calm. He stood there with the same confidence he had in the middle of a fight. He was in his element doing this. He was willing to let his friend talk.
Who's kind of only able to glance in Luke's direction, still feeling very guilty.
I know I didn't hurt you. But I could have. My brother could heal up just fine too, but I nearly killed him doing this.
Explains the guilt off of it. He keeps trying to shake it off.
But, yeah. It is the source of some of those fears. Back home they call me Blood Prince, or even worse, Feral Prince.
With Pacifico being completely unaware of how cool a title like Blood Prince actually sounds. Or not able to look past the implications of the title beyond it being cool. You know, whichever. That, and it was mostly school children here interacted with at a young age who called him Feral Prince.
My whole family has this. I'm the one who can't control it, though. It's part of the reason I struggle with it. You know, the P word.
Even though he'd just said it, he felt like elaborating how he would normally look at the word itself, the word prince, it was simple to explain why he was so cagey about calling himself prince sometimes.
Luke looked back and forth, and this wasn't the right kind of place for a talk like this. He looked up at Pacifico and sort of shook his head a bit. I think we ought to move this somewhere a bit safer. Come with me. And he just starts to walk off. He wasn't paying attention to whether Pacifico was following him or not. Right, that's that way. And he just keeps moving all the way down to when they're outside, he tucks around into here and offers a hand up to Pacifico. Grab on.
Okay.
Takes the hand.
As soon as Pacifico grabs his hand, Luke takes Pacifico to his house.
Alrighty, and with that, we are going to transition to Luke's house.
Luke's humble abode.
Huh, abode? What do you mean by that?
Yep, got it. Yeah, I gotta take Fane out and the
I can't
carrot.
delete those two. I can't delete those two.
Yeah,
I
I got it.
Oh.
He would look around, kind of able to tell the little bit of how big he was in comparison to some of the stuff around.
Did you bring me to your home?
Luke just sort of looks back and shrugs. This is my place, yeah. He pulls a key from his breast and unlocks the front door. Come on, have a seat upstairs. I'll make us some coffee. He heads to his little kitchenette and pulls out a pair of matching, surprisingly ornate mugs for such a small building. So, Blood Prince, huh? Sounds pretty cool to me. Sounds like you'd make a great wartime leader. At this point, he's pouring coffee grinds into a machine that he pulled out from somewhere, likely under the stairs. And as for killing your brother, you didn't kill him, so that's what's important in the matter, not that you nearly did. And if I heard right, you're not the only one with the bloodlust that you described in your family? And you're the only one who can't control it? But, what if you didn't have to? At this point, he's already finished making the coffee and he's headed upstairs.
Pacifico would wince when he mentions being a wartime leader, and probably as he's walking is saying some of this stuff. What kind of wartime leader attacks his own men? I thought I killed him. That's when my spark ignited in the first place. And then with that last part happens when he is upstairs with Luke. I am too zoomed out to tell what is a chair. That is a cushion. So
Yep.
sit there.
Yeah, cushions and a couch. So, granted, it's probably raccoon sized, but make it that much.
It's definitely Marpak sized.
Yeah.
What do you mean I don't have to? Of course I do. I already do things to put a limit on the damage I can do. Why do you think I don't carry an actual sword?
Ever heard of the name Blue Twig? At that point, Luke is staring almost through Pacifico with an intensity unseen while the entire time he's known him. He looked almost serious for once. And to answer your questions, first, the kind of general who hurts his own men is someone who doesn't give a fuck, and I know you certainly do give a shit about people. And maybe you're unable to keep control of it because you're trying too hard? His shift in personality didn't really change how much he's trying to help, but the tone of his words were certainly a lot more. You're doing something wrong here.
I am going to ask the DM, because we discussed this. Considering what's coming in this conversation, should I make a history check to see if Pacifico does? Yeah.
Yeah, go on ahead.
It's time to change the course of history.
Oh, this is the passage of fate.
Before I even look up the modifier on the die, it's a 19.
Whoa!
You are aware of the name Blue Twig.
Yes.
It's like.
Yes, you've heard that. Yeah, you've pretty much heard the name in passing. You know, I mean, granted, yes, East River. You know, yeah, your kingdom. Yeah, you know, it is a military kingdom. So even though you tend to focus on like building and construction and development like on your own homeland. That being said, though, you know, especially given that you're a planeswalker. No doubt you've, researched and you've looked things up and such, like, all around everywhere else in your travels. And at some point, you've at least heard of the name Blue Twig.
Yeah, I think I know how to do this. It's like...
Okay.
Also, the name Blue Twig has been whispered in Tavastion, as the family has visited there. It's hard to get aquatic weapons made if you don't know anybody who lives in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So traveling to a plane coated in an ocean is a good idea.
Right.
definitely heard that my I do know how to like rectify this a little bit. I think I've heard.
Word that how you will.
I think I've heard Dad mention some diplomatic meetings with them. Is that your real name, Prince? It's possible that it's possible, very likely, that he was slightly off, but, well, he figured out that there was certainly some sort of nobility of sorts going on with him. And again, it's easy to think that because he'd heard things about, like, diplomatic meetings and whatnot. He would let the subject shift back to himself after the comment he'd made. But at least now he can look Luke in the face. He's still kind of avoiding eye contact a little bit, but he's looking at him in the face, at the very least. So, what? I'm just supposed to let it out whenever? Like it's normal? No, I can't do that. You already fear me enough without seeing it out of me, after all. The scandal of me engaging in that all the time would be a stain on my family that even my dad couldn't remain aloof about.
All right, let me change the music real quick for what's coming up, and I feel like tapping into me Final Fantasy VII love here.
Yeah.
All right, okay, Luke, go.
Okay, Luke, go.
He's probably getting into character.
Yeah. Or you're on mute. There we go.
You're half right. My real name is Crowash Bluetwig. I'm not a prince. I am the heir to a weapons development and distribution empire. He just sort of pauses there to gauge his friend's reaction to what is essentially, my family sells weapons for war.
He wouldn't
And
be... Sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
No, I thought you were letting me do the reaction to that first.
Go on, do that.
He didn't look entirely surprised. I suppose to some degree I wasn't that far off then. I think some of your own reluctances speak for themselves in that regard. Either way, I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, back to you, mate. Relaxing and letting it happen are two completely different things, Pacifico. What I'm saying probably makes more sense if I phrase it like this. Stop fighting the current. The water always wins. He's likening it to trying to fight the ocean. The wind is your ally, that's the word, at the sea. Use it to escape. He's pointing out like having someone else and being pointed in the right direction are two things that can certainly help with something like this. And it's probably better than just suppression.
It was actually taking some time for Pacifico to process that. Like, was that what he was doing? Fighting against the current? It kind of made him think about how lackadaisical his dad could be. And for that matter, his brother could be, like, super chill at a lot of times, too. But especially with his dad, did that just suddenly make all the sense in the world? In my case, the current's more like a hurricane. You know how those form, right? When the wind flows in opposite directions at different heights, the updraft creates a vortex that hits the water. It's
kind of what it feels like going through my mind with all this. And getting to actually explain it, it actually helped him calm down. And in turn, try to figure out the process.
Almost like tennis, Croash brought the talk back and forth between the two of them, and he pulls it back to himself to give Pacifico a bit more time to think. My father, Aspen Bluetwig, is a war profiteer. He's made his money selling weapons to every side in dozens of wars, intra and interplanar. He is very clearly ashamed of that, hanging his head and trying not to make eye contact while mentioning his family's rich because of selling weapons to everyone. Do me a favor, Pacifico. I don't really like talking about my family. Do you think you could tell the others? I'm not really comfortable talking about them. In school, call me Luke, please. But if you're here, call me Croash. It was clear, as he spoke, looking back up at the Pacifico, that he wanted to be honest. Like, not telling people who he really is was eating at him. And a hurricane isn't the nicest thing, to be sure. It isn't insurmountable, though. Anything can be beaten with the right amount of finesse and technical know-how. I've seen people sail out of a fucking whirlpool using a bit of string and some cloth. It's amazing what you can do. He sets his mug down on the ground in front of him. You can come here if you need to hide from someone. No one really knows it exists. Except for you. Now.
He would put a hand to his chest, a sign of the sincerity of his promise. Of course, Crow. I'll tell them at a time when I can do so without prying ears listening in. After that, he would rub the back of his neck. I can tell why you not want to advertise something you feel doesn't reflect you accurately. It was a little different than the time he said something to Crow that reflected on himself. A bit more awareness of how much he was talking to a mirror as much as to Crow-Ash, who he did not realize he shouldn't be calling Crow yet, but that mention of finesse and technical know-how being key to overcome anything, certain things felt like they were clicking into place in Pacifico's mind. He's always so interested in finesse and technique in comparison to the rest of his family. Maybe he was just falling in the right mindset to use his instincts more than they did? And he'd kind of smile a little bit as Crow-Ash was speaking of the secrecy. It's a place of silence from someone who had no desire for it. He wasn't sure if he was the first person to be able to planeswalk to the Great Forest. But the fact that Crow-Ash was willing to share so much of this with him meant a lot. I feel like you're doing too much for me with how little I've been able to help you, but really, thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Both currents. Referencing back to the hurricane analogy.
Crow-Ash. He picks up his mug. My name is Crow-Ash. We don't have middle names. He gave a small smile. Less wild than the one he carried while he was on campus. I'm named after a tree, like my dad. The crow ash has star-shaped seeds. He sort of gestures up to the mark over his eye. Don't want him to find me. That's why I'm under a different name. Why I'm being more higher, making my accent thicker. And there's no such thing as doing too much when it comes to helping people. Evil wins when good men do nothing.
I apologize, Ben Crow Ash. I thought Crow would be acceptable for short regardless, but thank you for correcting my misconception. Was he really that comfortable around Crow Ash? Because he'd normally ask about something like that first. Anyway, the emphasis on the words of evil wins when good men do nothing. That made him think of his own brother. And it also made him think of something else. Why do I get the impression you're expecting more of my anxieties to come out now? You would have been right if that was the case, but... And this was and interestingly, this is kind of Pacifico doing it to himself. Almost like there's a ghost in his ear telling him to let it out.
Luke, for a second, looks puzzled at that sort of almost an attack. What? Honestly, I was just hoping you'd agree to my sentiment. He was being mostly honest with that. He was worried that his own secrets would get the prince harmed, but mostly he just wanted to quell any worries Pacifico may have with his dubious familial ties.
Oh, I absolutely do agree with what you said. I've heard very similar sentiments from my own brother, in fact. It's just kind of reminded me about something else that's bothering me too, and I thought maybe you had somehow picked up on that as well.
He shakes his head. No. I only really pick up on the way people speak. If something's bothering you, though, you can bring it up when you're comfortable. He leans back and his back just sort of hits the back half of the couch. I've only been gone from this place for 2 weeks. Been living here for 2 years. Ever since I became an adult and fucked off.
Okay, maybe it's my own subconscious wanting me to come clean with someone about this. Okay. So, I think it's pretty obvious Amy's, like, into Quinn, right? So, you'd imagine, with me being his roommate, this is probably a good thing. Get to kind of play angelfish to her, for her in the evening, see how he's responding, maybe lure him in if need be. But, then he insisted on dancing with me our first night as roommates. I felt something. I think me and Amy might be attracted to the same guy. And I don't know what to do about that. I've already broken her heart once when she was interested in me before. Imagine how she's going to feel if I'm her competition now. I know, he might not even be in the guise. That might be the easy way out of all this, but I'm just so racked with anxiety that I never even think to say anything about it. Because then maybe he's not, maybe become an item, and I just hurt Amy regardless. It's a lot.
Luke listened. His friend almost seemed to break down at the idea of hurting Amy again, all over a crush that he'd squashed with a simple question or three. People were so strange and weird. But this was simple. Have you told her? Have you asked him how he feels? Have you considered that this is tearing you up because you're not paying attention to other signs? He twists out his staff and he just sort of gently smacks it on the ground. Have you realized it's been 2 weeks and he's only asked you to dance once? He almost loyally in these questions, like this is his element. He normally he took a stance of I'll listen to you and help you, but this time it's listen to me for once. His voice demanded to be listened to.
No, I haven't. I was scared, okay? I don't know how to approach something like that with her. I was also scared of what his answer was going to be. Then the mention of the other signs. No, I hadn't considered that. I know it was only once, but what I felt when we did was like nothing else. It was breathtaking and freeing, I guess is the right way to put it. It just felt so right.
There's a saying I learned when I was a kid. I learned this from a friend of mine. It goes as follows. He hits Pacifico across the head with the staff.
Ow!
Stop overthinking it. With that, he puts it away. Amy is your friend. She'll understand when you bring it up. And if she gets mad, that's on her, not you. And for it feeling freeing, feeling right, maybe that's just the way you want to feel. Like, you can just be and no one will judge you. Because in that very moment when you were dancing with him, nobody was. He was enjoying it, you were enjoying it. He was feeling good for being a good roommate, a good person. Your feelings aren't invalidated by any of this, but you're smart enough to see where I'm coming from. I know that. There really wasn't a word for how Luke was speaking other than lecturing. He was lecturing Pacifico on a relationship. And he was very knowledgeable on it for some reason.
I guess you have a point. Maybe it's because I'm so unadjusted to feeling so comfortable, and I'm kind of used to people hating me. He slumped. No, it's more than you having a point. It's that you're just plain right. I am overthinking things. That could be the root of all this. I should just... And he could hear it in his head. Have fun.
Luke took a triumphant drink from his mug as the prince realized he's been causing himself all of the stress. It seemed the persona he carried on campus wasn't entirely fabricated, as the smile that was seen after the mug went down is the exact same one he had. You need to do more than have fun. You need to relax, enjoy things, and get comfortable being safe. It's normal.
Damn it, Fran.
Nice.
And exit stage right.
Have fun.
Have fun, cunt.
Have fun, you silly bitch.
No, calling him a silly bitch is something that Fran would do. 100%.
Oh, really?
Fun, you silly bitch.
You goofy
Luke
goober.
isn't here. Luke ended up staying at his own house for that night. Whether Pacifico stayed and slept on the couch is up to him, but Luke wasn't in the dorm for the rest of the night.
I would imagine that Pacifico would return to the dorm for plausible deniability purposes.
That's fair.
Alrighty. Okay, so then with that, I think we actually have one more side RP to get through. So let's check up on the girls.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Slumber party.
Oh boy. Oh boy,
This is
there.
the session of emotions. You see.
Yeah.
And Cece is
Welcome to
sleeping through
fucking
it.
therapy.
Oh yeah, and I guess Thistle's here too, I guess.
Okay. Alright, anywho, so yes, Canvas and Amy, I know you two had a little side RP moment, so take it away.
All right. You're first, you go, silly girl.
So, should I? Yeah, I'll do a little bit a snippet from the nightmare.
Sure.
I'll do that. So, Canvas normally didn't dream very much, and if she ever did, it was just replaying back events of the day. It had been years. Probably sometime when she was a baby, the last time she actually had a night terror that woke her up. And today, the dream started a bit different, though. It was a day on the airship like any other. Canvas wheeling a winch, straightening some sails, smiling and high-fiving a crewmate as they jog past to the prow. It was mundane work, but it was happy work. First ounce of discord was the realization that her new friends never saw her like this. The grease-spattered clothes, the oily goggles, the manic grin of a happy engineer at work on a ship. In a blink, this discord changed things. She was wearing her clothes from Strixhaven. Her hand hidden beneath an antique glove, goggles gone and missing, clothes spotless. The crew that moved to the prow stopped relaying information to her as if she was a stranger. She followed to the group that was growing at the prow of the ship, just at the front. She didn't need to get to the front, though. She could see that just ahead the sky turned black, swirled up and pulled and crackled with lightning. She ran off. She ran to a taffrail and looked over, and she could see what she knew would be there, a rogue aether spout. A wild cyclone caused by aether and weather alone, hundreds of feet tall, right in front of the ship. No one was reacting. Canvas started shouting orders like she was taught, trying to remind herself what to do in this situation, but within moments the ship was engulfed. Wood, wood splinters sheared through her, bolts shot into her skin, and a piece of brass sliced her body in two at the waist. Darkness. Then in a blink there was a final image. It burnt into her mind, a sickening void and a single image floating in it. Fear beating through her kicking heart. The swirling aetherwork marvel within her, a pulsing mechanical heart inside twisting masterwork machinery of a half-finished metal ribcage. The alien beauty of manifold waves of brass reaching out into a familiar arm, fist clenched tight, maybe in pain. Atop the shoulders, no metal but a swirl of blue ether. No metal at all, just ether in the shape of a neck and a head, glowing beads of terrified eyes. And in front of it, freezing her dislodged body in this cold, unmoving agony, was an all too familiar figure with wild red eyes and a rapier that she'd never even seen before, piercing straight through her heart. And so she wakes up, this horrid ticking now skipping a beat. Tick, 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 tick. And the panic. She awoke, clutched her chest. One arm looks to the wall between her room and Amy's. Unsure of whether to knock, she shakes her head, worried that she doesn't want to bother someone. She pushes open the windows and starts trying to breathe, the ticking, skipping, scratching even. In, 1, 2, 3, out. She gets a bit of a hold of her breath, but it's not enough. That feeling, that change, that breathing though, something was wrong for a moment. She didn't realize, but the glass of the window that she now leaned out of whirled and pulled like glass blowers' masterpieces. And she looked over, shook her head at a small composition that she'd been toying with. This note ringing through her head of who it represented. She coughed, the stinging pressure, and she convulses. This burst of bluish-green mist out of her mouth. She sounds like she's vomiting. She coughs and sputters and stops for a moment, quickly checking if Tilana was woken. Taking some peace in knowing that she hadn't spooked her roommate. She closes the window, trying to find some clothes to put on before trying to head out, maybe getting some proper air. Her heart goes back to normal. A normal ticking. Sustained. She puts a cloak around herself. Quietly croaks out a sorry as she passes Talina's bed. And unbeknownst to her, the aether outside fades, and tiny bits of silvery, bluish filigree kind of line the wood of the wall and the door. Not the door, the window. And so she steps out into the hallway to meet with someone else who's having a rough night of it.
So
know.
Amy was
Yeah.
so Amy was laying there and
There we go. There we go. Get some
yeah.
music. Yeah, Discord's
Yeah.
being a butt again.
I mean, honestly, the silence works to the body horror of the story. Let's be real.
I suppose.
So Amy laid there in bed, just thinking about everything that was happening. She couldn't sleep, which so much on her mind. First the trunk mimics, now that we caught someone's attention. Those frogs were dressed in a very peculiar way, she thought to herself. Try not to disturb her roommate. She would get dressed and head outside for the hall for a moment, trying to clear her head. And of course, she was worried. What worried her the most was Pacifico. She only seen him go berserk once. Granted, no one they knew got hurt, but it was still very scary. If only he could see he could control it. Just will take time. Yep, now we go back. Now I go here. Amy would hear, yeah. Amy would hear sounds from some of the sounds from campus. Not very pleasant sounds either. She would have turned towards the door, but noticed the handle was turned well. Once Canvas, my token out. Once Canvas was outside, Amy looked over. Her face a little shaky as well. Hey, can't sleep either? She asked, trying to keep a calm demeanor so she wouldn't worry Canvas as well. Just smiling even a little. You okay? It sounded like you got really sick. You want me to go to the nurse's office and get you something?
Canvas just shakes her head for a moment. She smells kind of heavy of like metallic vegetation. But as she kind of tries to lock eyes with Amy and smile reassuringly, she falters. And there's that telltale twisting of trying to smile as she just kind of lets out a tear or two, shaking.
And unfortunately, you failed the DC.
Yeah, I set a wisdom save for myself to try and maintain a straight face. She has a decent bonus. She still failed.
Amy would see that, concerned for her friend.
Come with me, Canvas. We should go clear our heads.
Pushing her own concerns to the side for now, Amy wanted Canvas to get whatever was making her upset off of the chest first. Of course, being away from other people would also help her relax more, as she offered her hand to Canvas to lead her outside so she could take in the fresh air and the cool autumn air.
Canvas goes to reach out with her mechanical arm, realizes about halfway that it's still balled up in a fist that she can't quite move, and quickly swivels around to the other side of Amy to still take her hand and head outside. Sorry, I usually control myself a bit better. Fresh air would be nice. I hope I didn't wake up Tilana, or anyone else for that matter.
That's alright. I feel the same way. Don't want to disturb my roommate either. I have a lot of things on my mind, so
Now she would lead Canvas away from the dormitory and outside. Of course, the night air to Amy felt very comforting compared to dorms. Probably not going to go too far, but just enough to allow Canvas to air out what was troubling her.
Canvas, looking a bit more disheveled. There is a little bit of that of what seems to be blue staining around what is usually a perfect white blouse. She breathes deep in the night air. I had a nightmare. I don't usually have nightmares, much less ones so prophetic. Kind of pushes into the center of her chest, rubbing. Just you can tell at a base level it's where her heart would be. I don't usually feel it so much. I guess the raw emotion just got to me. She traces her eyes across the dorm, kind of looking almost through it at where she would guess Pacifico's room is.
To be fair, a lot of us are riding on high emotions at the moment, but we need to keep calm as much as possible and think clearly.
Amy nodded. Obviously, everything that has happened has made most of them on edge. Seeing her looking at Pacifica's dorm room, also looking, but with a much more worry and concern. Foreshadowing dream? You want to talk about that?
I don't really know if it's foreshadowing. Actually, would rather it not be. I definitely saw things I didn't know. The Ethereum has fully encircled my heart. Body's filled with ether, and she kind of pushes on her chest for a moment and traces to a very specific spot with her nail. Does Pacifica ever use a rapier?
Amy would think for a moment.
I am not entirely sure if he uses one. I mean, I never saw one on him, so I assume not. Though, probably could ask him.
She would watch Canvas's body language very carefully, make sure there wasn't any leaks or anything that needed a quick repair or so.
I hope he doesn't. I almost don't want to ask. Her arm finally relaxes and she can almost stiltedly currently move it. She fiddles with her fingers. I was in trouble. I was in a void and he... No! She shakes her head and kind of throws out her arm to one side. A little bit of Ethereum just gouting off of it, despite there being no exhaust right now. He wouldn't. He's a softie. I'm being irrational. Sorry, in the dream, she kind of twists her finger for a moment and it turns into a small needle. He killed me in the dream.
Whoa, easy. She would reach and grab Canvas's shoulder.
I highly doubt Pacifica would ever do that, I assure you.
You are right. He's a very gentle and very kind soul. I really don't see him ever trying to kill any of us.
I mean, I know Pacifico can be blinded by rage when his power acts, but I don't see him using a rapier in that. I mean, yeah, he uses a dagger, but that's all. Yeah, there was the stadium incident, but Luke actively wanted Pacifico to attack him so he could get his rage out.
I know it's not real. I know it's just a dream. She kind of shakes her hand and stretches out the fingers back into normal fingers. It just felt so real. Do you want to do a loop of the dorm and then go back in? You should probably unpack why you ended up in the hole.
Yeah, sure. And I can assure you, it was just a dream. Dreams can only be dreams. So... those frogs. Do you find it a little bit odd it was? How there was 4 of them? How they were colored and how they were dressed? Like, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but something about that is bothering.
I did think it was odd. Like, if it were orchestrated, I'd likely give it a solid grade of D. Not failing marks, but they're not an expert. Kind of like glances at her dorm room, notices the weird filigree kind of melting itself into the woodwork around the window. That's near. Sorry, yeah, the frogs were. I'm honestly surprised the frogs didn't show up in the dream. They caught me off guard. It was mildly unsettling how they were just dressed like that, though. Purpose.
Amy would look up at the strange markings around her window.
That is strange. Maybe we could collect a sample and maybe have Luke analyze it. But yeah, Whoever was behind this incident was sending us a message that we have their attention. What makes it worse, whoever it is, they're posing as a student. It cannot be mere coincidence those frogs were chosen by their color and the way they were dressed like us. We should go to the Animal Exploration Club and ask who was the one that found the frogs and who dressed them. And I have a feeling we haven't heard from the last of them. They're watching us. Even Amy was a little spooked by her own revelation. I haven't been this freaked out since the Bewilder Quest incident back on my home plane.
Yeah, we definitely need to look into it. There's got to be some reason for it. It's too much of a coincidence, right? Especially if we go to the Autumn Festival and something like that happens again. Frogs in our costumes, for instance. They circle around the other side of the building at this point. Canvas looking at Pacifico's room. Do you reckon they were trying to get Pacifico to snap in particular? Or that they were just out to get all of us? It's probably the latter, but I just can't shake it.
Yeah, we need to figure this out soon. I fear they could launch another attack at the festival. And with so many costumes, it will be harder to find the culprit. And this is where Amy's face gets a little pale. Because hindsight-wise, I'm glad we took those frogs to the stadium and not let them race in the Fire Joke Cafe. Because if those frogs transformed right there, it would have been an absolute bloody mess. And I'm wanting to say the latter as well, but there is a chance that they may know something about us on a personal level. Which in and of itself is worrisome. It's troubling that they managed to trigger Pacifico's rage like that.
If it happens at the festival... No, we should hit the ground running, try to get to the bottom of this tomorrow. And if this really kept you up thinking about it, would you like to borrow my music box? It's quiet, helps me sleep sometimes.
Don't worry about it. After when I clear my head and I get something off my chest, I usually feel fine. Plus the locket I got with me. Plus I got my locket with me. Just usually looking at it helps me relax. That's why tomorrow we should go to the Animal Exploration Club and interview each student carefully. One of them must have heard or even seen something. But sounds like we do have a plan tomorrow. We should inform Luke and Pacifico about it too. And with that, the two girls would return to their dorm rooms to sleep.
Yep.
Yay.
Sleep. Give your honk schnoo.
Slum.
Slip.
Alrighty. Oop. Alright, let's turn off that Persona music. Alrighty, so... Okay, we are actually going to be doing some fast-forwarding.
Yay!
Yeah, by a lot. Because it's like, we got shit to get through.
That's fine.
Alright. Okay, so,
Basically, very eventful first 2 weeks, and then very quiet next.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah. I'm thinking about 4 weeks have passed since the incident at the stadium. So now a full month. And fortunately, there haven't really been any other such occurrences.
And 4 weeks past, that means we collect our payment.
Yes, so all of you that have jobs, yes, collect 4 weeks worth of money.
Of 20.
Yeah,
We didn't
so-
clear this out, but Canvas was going to start working at the stadium.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
right. Yeah.
All right, that works. Yeah, so so go on ahead and we'll say you had joined up during that time period. So, yeah, go on ahead and collect some paychecks.
All right.
That makes sense.
Alrighty then. Okay, so yeah, during those 4 weeks, you guys have been able to work, study, and do all that stuff. Really being allowed to focus. Just for shits and giggles, Thistle, what have you been doing in these 4 weeks? Since you're just kind of
mainly
you're kind of stuck here. So, what has the fairy been doing?
I would say Thistle has been mainly trying to get a feel of this realm that he's stranded in. So I would imagine that he would be studying up on the ins and outs of not just Arcavios, but also the Strixhaven school. I could even see him being a little impatient with Fane the Broker's research on Danwood and ways to get back to it. So he would pop his head back into the office on occasion, mostly to see if he's legit, and often his suspicions were, I imagine, unfounded. It's mainly the stress.
It's like, yeah, no such luck in finding Dermod just yet.
Right. Other than that, he would be thinking about his last conversation with a friend of his. How poorly it went. Mainly it's just been on his mind for whatever reason, and that's pretty much all he can do at this point.
Alrighty, so yep, so okay, let's bust this out. Alright, so Canvas, Amy, Pacifico, Luke, it's time for your first exam.
Oh
wow.
boy, Mr. Kraft!
Alrighty, so before we actually take the exam, there is actually a studying phase. So, alright, so first of all, how would you all like to study?
What are the options?
Okay, there's three ways to study. So, well, first off, for just a little bit of fun and flavor, you guys can do like abilities and skill checks to like, you know, kind of like figure out, like come up with little ways to kind of help you study. Like maybe you're practicing magic, or, you know, maybe you're using your skills to kind of help you memorize things. You know, I can let you flavor that however you wish. It's just for fun. As far as the studying goes, you can pull an all-nighter, which means you guys you can pretty much stay up all night studying. I gotta pull up the rules real quick. After you pull an all-nighter, you gain 2 rerolls during the exam stage. But if you do choose to pull an all-nighter, you gain 1 level exhaustion. Option 2, 2 or more characters can study together in a group, and you guys get advantage on checks. Or you can, and option 3, you can just say fuck it and just completely skip altogether.
Definitely Amy said, yep, group study. Amy's going
Luke
for
was
group
going
study.
to encourage studying together, and
Everybody, we're our own
as
study
this-
group.
as the study starts, Luke will produce 4 sets of glasses.
Where were you-
He's somehow managed to get the sizing of your heads correct, and he hands one to each of you.
I have an idea.
Trust me.
Let's take
I
this
know
little
it's hard
nice
to
little.
trust me when I'm handing you random crap, but trust me.
I am also
Okay.
pinging a spot.
I
am
also
pinging
made
it.
that.
does also have magic that could potentially help with the studying.
Oh, it's been so long since I did studying for an exam.
Where are we going to study? That's the question.
Where
Down
do
here.
you where do you want to study?
Yeah,
Oh, you've got that table over there. Easy.
Yeah, we've just
Yeah.
colonized this table.
Alrighty then.
I like that.
Yep. So downstairs. Here, I will. I'll move Pacifico down there for you.
I was doing it. I was there.
I got you.
The glasses, as soon as you put them on, blind you
Ah,
What?
temporarily.
look,
Oh,
why?
all right, calm down, calm down. What are we studying first?
Alright.
That's a good question.
Just for shits and giggles, let's just say you're going to be studying the magical physiology, since that's a class that all four of you are taking.
Yeah.
All right. Say magical physiology. Right? Say it.
Magical
physiology.
The glasses flick. You are all wearing flash glasses. They are flashcards.
Oh!
That's cute.
Ah. Oh, what the hell?
I spent a bit of time tinkering because I know studying was going to come up. These should help you. You say the name of the subject, and they act as flashcards. You need to write what's going to be on your flashcards, but they'll respond to your thoughts after you said what you're studying.
Right? A little weird, but I could get behind it.
So, magical physiology.
Yeah.
Let the studying commence. I just like the
I'm
idea of
studying at-
glasses that you can put on that become flashcards.
Yeah.
Also, at some
that is a cool
point-
idea.
At some point, Luke was given a small vial of a very rare resource that he might have come across in his past. As whatever Canvas did that night, and she freaked out, she produced Ethereum out of the ether.
Oh, damn.
And so she hands across a small vial of programmable metal.
I will say this now. He probably used that in the making of these glasses.
Yeah.
Also, if you just tap them on the side twice, they become clear.
All right.
If I see you wearing these into the exams, I will turn them off.
That's fair. That's
Oh,
cheating.
of course not.
Of course, we're not cheaters.
One method of memorization that I've always found useful would be to recopy one's notes. And I happen to have a pretty fast way of doing that. So Pacifico, in order to help, he would actually be able to. It's like I can give all of you extra copies of mine to copy down. It, like I said, that helps with memorization. And considering the nature of this spell, I can also make it to where in order to get the information to stick a little bit better, put you on a time limit in order to copy it of about an hour. So Intaglio makes a copy of a page of paper, or a page of text that lasts an hour. So not only can Pacifico, like, basically in 10 minutes make, by ritual casting, of course, in 10 minutes make these copies himself, he can also pass them to people and be like, you have an hour to copy that.
Forgive me for the wording, but I feel like we could also make some cheat sheets. Using likely Intaglio as well, but
Yeah.
they're not for cheating. I've had people yell at me about that before. It's not for cheating, it's so that you can look at something easily and...
Right.
It's more like
Remind
a
yourself.
bridge version of the notes.
And
Yes.
in fact, it could probably be transliterated pretty quickly into the flashcard glasses.
So what do we need to roll, my good DM?
Let's see here. Hang on a tick. Let me take a look here. Just do some just a base intelligence check.
Base intelligence.
Intelligence, she says.
The smart shark over here.
Yeah, the wizard that uses intelligence.
At least I hope he uses intelligence.
My
He
intelligence
does use
ain't.
intelligence.
Good.
My
What is
intelligence
with
ain't-
my rolls? Okay.
Rolls chat. Here we go.
Rules chat.
Oh no.
Kitty back.
Could
Oh no.
oh no.
Yeah, on the die it was a 7. I haven't been able to roll above a 10 this entire except for the 119 on the history.
You know how we say the dice tell a narrative? This narrative sucks.
Could they have a roll in advantage? Because they did provide notes and shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like it's like, just for fuck's sake, I can let you guys re-roll for that. Pretty much, this is just like.
I just re-rolled. The re-roll was a 4 on the die.
Oh no!
Will Wheaton, what are you doing here?
Let me re-roll. Let me roll it again just to see. This time it was a 9 on the die.
Hang on. Yeah.
Is it the dice?
9. There's a 13.
Okay, Boone, put that dice in dice jail.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Will Wheaton, get out of here!
That's my job. I was
kid.
worried about this.
I'm just trying all of my dice now. That one's not
Yeah, 'cause,
rolling, and it normally rolls fine.
Yeah, because like out of game, since we like to roll initiative, pre.
Oh my god, this one's rolling like shit too.
Yeah. We like to roll initiative before the game starts. Typically, I got a natural 20.
Hey,
Did I just sap everyone's luck?
This one is doing some decent rolls.
It appears that Luke is far too distracted by something.
Yeah, because Luke is.
I'm having trouble making sense of Pacifico having a bad roll, but whatever. It's just mid, really.
Could just be.
maybe
stress.
he's nervous. Maybe he's nervous because he has to tell Amy about Gwen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it. You know.
Okay.
Maybe that's what's got Luke distracted.
Yeah, he's like, why haven't you said anything yet?
Look, by the end, why haven't you said anything yet?
Okay. Yeah. So while that's going on with the boys, okay. So Amy, as you're studying, you actually pick up.
Oh wait.
I was gonna say, Amy, you pick up a little nugget of info on the the Slotty.
All right.
So you pick up that all Slotty are dangerous and unpredictable, but specifically the red and blue ones are the least powerful, and they do not cast magic.
All right. Can someone write that down for me? Because my computer's being a poopy head right now.
Oh, Canvas got a 15.
All right.
Yeah, Camus got it. Yeah, I was about to point that. It's like, wait, did Camus roll?
Yeah. All right. And then so Canvas, you pick up that a little tidbit specifically about the green Slotty. They usually wield a staff, and they can hurl both fireballs and magical flames at people.
Noted.
Thank you, Crow. I'm out of character. Amy doesn't know.
You probably do by this point.
Okay.
It's been 4 weeks.
oh my-
Yeah.
Oh,
and
by the way,
it's up to Pacifico whether he's told you or not.
Yeah, he has, but every time he tries to tell Amy about the thing with Quinn, he's just like, I can't.
also, you're gonna laugh how I thought Slotty was spelled.
What do you mean? Slotty. That's not even. That's not even close.
Yeah, it's like SLOTTIE instead of
I
SLAADI.
am scared that is a slur somewhere in the world. In a slot.
Why don't you go to Inner Slot and learn how to
Curse
spell?
of Slod. Curse of Slod. We got another one, guys.
Return the slod.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Or suffer my curse. What's happening?
It's like, now I want to play Curse of Strahd, but everybody's frogs.
I mean, that could be a one shot. And then we run through the original Death House just to make it even more funny. Or sad.
Okay. Alright, anywho, any other fun little studying things you guys want to do?
Nope.
Alrighty then. Okay.
Let's give our boys coffee.
Yeah, we need a cuppa.
Yeah,
with cream or something.
It's just
Oh, you know
Why
what?
the fuck would you put cream in
another
coffee?
thing. You know what? There is another way to justify this. Pacifico's still having nightmares.
Aww.
Poor baby.
What Pacifico tell Amy that he's having pretty bad nightmares?
I'd imagine it would. I'd imagine, especially with him opening up a little bit more over the past few weeks, it would have come up.
You know, Pacifico, if you want me to, I could probably go back to Eldraine and I could probably ask my mom if she has those dream herbs.
I don't know. I don't want to be a hassle.
Or, I have an idea for that. It depends on what kind of unconscious you are. If we just knock him out, he probably won't dream.
That cannot be healthy.
Yeah,
Luke has just got a smile on his face while he says that.
I
Knock
could say
someone
for
the fuck
I
out
could say
repeatedly.
I could say for certain that's not healthy.
And
Never said it'd be
yes,
healthy. I said it would help.
and yes, I am aware. I have always said herb like that. I don't know why.
I mean, it's cool. I really like that.
To be honest, I think I'd rather deal with emotional trauma all the time than literal actual brain damage.
I wasn't gonna cause you any brain damage.
You really don't know what being unconscious does to a person.
Well, I haven't been knocked unconscious before.
I have.
This is
Wanna
him, this is
try?
him saying essentially he's never broken a bone.
yeah, I could confirm he's been knocked out of conscious a few times.
At the end of the campaign, Luke breaks every single bone in his body from the BBEG.
By the end of the campaign, I've broken every bone, you mean?
Yeah.
Comes to Strixhaven, never having broken a bone. Leaves Strixhaven, having broken every bone at least once. Some in the double digits.
And now he has TMJ.
Yeah, are you sure, Pacifico? I can go talk to my mom about giving you some of the medicine that she gave you.
I'm sure it's probably something I need to work out. Anyway.
Alright. Well, the offer's still on the table.
Canvas.
We should probably let them finish, and then yes,
Yeah.
I will respond.
Yeah.
We should probably talk later.
All right.
The inevitable conversation that's gotta happen.
The conversation looms on the horizon.
I feel like Luke looks like visibly happy because of that.
What?
Like hearing that he's actually going to try and broach the conversation.
Yeah, Luke is
Oh,
is absolutely in a good mood. It's finally emotional fucking growth.
I don't know why, but I thought you were gonna say emotional damage.
No,
maybe.
Luke can cause
Pacifico
emotional
had
damage
enough-
to Gray.
Hasn't Pacifico had enough emotional damage?
Pacifico's had enough with feeling.
True.
I guess
Thistle can't
also,
relate. He has no emotions, or does he?
I guess Amy will also bring up.
By the way, you guys, I know we've been busy for these past few weeks, but do you guys later want to go to the Exploration Club?
Actually, on that, I've asked some faculty to go have a look for us. From what I've learned from them, we haven't really got any information as to the source of it yet. But I have figured out, sorry it's taken me this long to get it to you, that it's it only affects living creatures, and it must be ingested. Unfortunately, it doesn't give a shit what kind of creature ingests it.
Oh, that's scary. I'm glad we stopped
It's-
those.
It's not inherently magical like the first one was, the leather polish.
Hey, we were looking at stuff about Slotty. Do their eyes normally turn red? Actually, that
Can
could
we
be.
go through our notes and check if that's a thing?
That's a good
Yeah.
question.
Can we go through our notes and potentially use the investigation we're running as study as well?
Yeah, that could be helpful.
See if
on
the
two
frogs are
fronts.
like
Get to have a
distant
physical
relatives
war.
to the Slotty transformation.
Can we do that, DM? Could be helpful on multiple fronts, actually.
Yeah, I am all for that. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to actually look up the info on the Slotty myself, because I literally only know what the book has told me, and the book only gives the most basic fucking facts.
Yeah, and that's either when you consult the actual lore or make it up.
Right.
I will say, you guys, a couple weeks back, me and Canvas were talking, and I want your opinion on this. Don't you guys find it a little weird, though, how those frogs were dressed?
I think
That's actually part of what I was thinking.
I
Because
think that was the exploration group who did that.
Because a blue Slotty with a cape and the eyes turned red. If it was just a blue Slotty with the cape, I would imagine it would just be targeting all of us, but the eyes don't normally turn red.
That is actually a product of the mutagen that they'd ingested. Happened to the rat that we tested it on too.
Ah, okay.
And I think the exploration club are the ones that actually gave them the stuff they were wearing. So I think that was pure fucking happenstance.
Unless someone at the exploration club is involved.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want to go and interview them? Like maybe if they saw something in the swamp or heard something.
It's also possible that they just thought we looked cool. Granted. I seem to be getting that a lot lately.
That's because you do look cool, mate.
Shut up!
Oh, can't take a compliment yet.
No.
Work on that.
He's immediately hit on the head with Luke's quarterstaff. Ding.
Ow.
Fuck, yeah, fuck.
Either way, I'm just glad we managed to. Hindsight-wise, I'm glad we took him to the stadium.
Yeah, them doing that in the middle of the cafe would have been quite ugly and hard to clean up.
That's another thing that strikes me about that. Like, Amy, you work at the cafe, and I was working at the stadium.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just saying there's also... Maybe this is just paranoia, but there's also the possibility that them knowing us and where we work could be part of why they did things the way they did.
Oh, the stadium was Amy's idea.
Yeah, that was my idea, because...
And I'm the one who knew that it was available.
But...
Do I need to pull out the spreadsheet again?
Hang on, I've got to play devil's advocate here. You're trying. What I'm hearing from you is, you think someone in the exploration club might be in on it, and he sets down a piece of paper, and with a shocking level of swiftness, covers it in notes of the situation at hand. Looking at what we've got. The exploration club found these frogs, thought they'd be cool to race, took them from the swamp to where they were meeting up after their exploration, which was the fire jolt. Thought to race them there.
Which, hindsight-wise, is still a bad idea.
That was a stupid fucking choice. I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah, because frogs have very, very sensitive skin. And me working there, yeah, there's a lot of chemicals that go in the floor, and my concern was those frogs absorbing those chemicals.
Exactly.
And look, I'm
So-
not...
And then you suggested we take them to the stadium. I think that going from here, we don't really have anything that says that they're in on it. I think it was just happenstance that that they decided to put the cape on the blue one.
Well, allow me to clarify my position. I'm not saying that it is definitively for certain that it was targeted by way of the exploration club. I am saying that we cannot look past the possibility of that being the case.
But coming from what's going on here, it looks almost like it's just karmic chance. I don't see a connection between the first incident and this one, aside from the chemicals, which are similar in the fact that they're both mutagenic magical solutions.
Yes,
I mean-
that is a good point. And even then, these two incidents may not be the same thing. Which, to be honest, if they're not, that's even a bigger concern.
Well, from looking at it, from what I did with the samples, the first one only affected non-living objects, and the second one only affected living objects or creatures.
Well, I'm just hoping it's a mere coincidence, but I'm not ruling out the possibility.
It has also been really quiet over the past month.
That's true.
Which reminds me, the Autumn Festival's coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, it comes up after the exam.
Me and Luke have already gone shopping for my costume.
And I've made my own.
I technically don't have to worry about mine.
How about
All
you,
I need
Canvas? Canvas?
Sorry, I fucking accidentally zoned out for a second. What?
Talking about costumes for the festival.
Right,
You
yes.
can't zone out. That's my bit.
You don't get to do that.
No, yes, with the costumes. I thought, well, there's one that I hesitated to do elsewhere, but I think here it'll be funny. I was thinking of going with the best to say defeated evil planeswalker known as what was his name? Oh no, I've forgotten his name.
Tesseract.
You weren't
That
going to
one.
do Dovin Bond, would you? Because that's kind of racist.
Oh, gross. I don't want to do Dovin because he's a... Dovin's gross. And... No, not Dovin, Tezzeret. Tezzeret, because I could, you know, paint my arm silver and, like, shape it into, like, the weird scepter thing. But yeah, I was thinking Tezzeret.
It's funny. I was going to do a Johnny.
Oh, we have to do like a mock battle. You win in the mock battle because good wins in mock battles. But yeah, you get it.
I've never heard of this Dovin, I bet. Who was he?
Good, good. It's good that you haven't heard of him. It's very good thing.
He's a shithead.
He is a motherfucker.
He tries to control everything he interacts with. He stands against the weak and deliberately inconveniences and hurts them. He's just the worst. He's the worst.
He's too much of a stick in the mud for me.
So...
Fucking finally! He's making a joke!
So much so, CC left.
sounds like a certain trouble making planeswalker that I unfortunately know of.
No. Very much the opposite.
No, they try and make the opposite of trouble. That's the problem. If you are trouble in any way, and you know, any of us count, Dovin will typically just stop us from doing things.
He can
Like
fucking
having
try.
fun. Did you know that he once just showed up to stop some kids kicking around the empty husk of a servo? Just because they were having fun.
Wow, the
Started
no fun
citing
police.
loitering regulations in the middle of a park.
What a
Do you-
fucking dick.
Do you know how many Azorius regulations I've had to rewrite that he originally wrote?
Ugh. Azorius is that other place I haven't been.
Ravnica.
Ravnica? Yeah,
Yes.
that one. Yeah, I haven't been there yet. I don't know if I want to go there if Dovin's got enough influence there.
He doesn't
Ugh.
anymore.
Good. He deserves to have no influence anyway.
Last I heard, he was dead.
I fucking
Yeah, you
hope
know what they
so.
say about that. Unless you can find a corpse, no one's dead.
Yes, I know.
And sometimes when you can find a corpse, they're still not dead. Necromancers suck.
They also thought Tezzeret was dead for that, but no. I don't know where he was last. Hope he doesn't see me and think I'm funny and then hurt me for it. You know, I'm second guessing. No, fuck it. I don't care.
Evil people must be laughed at.
Yeah. Oh god.
You sound like you've got a specific person in mind that you don't like there.
Well, technically speaking, I didn't meet him, but he gave my mother the run for her money. My brother called him the trickster planeswalker.
Should I put on the hat instead of the face paint?
No. I called him the Thief of Crowns. Man was so trying to destroy my kingdom's ballads that he actually turned the king into an elf in hopes to sacrifice him. And of course, thanks to the royal twins and my mother, they put a stop to that.
Yeah, that's one thing about that whole situation. I keep trying to figure out why an elk?
I don't know either. Apparently, he was going to let the king out as an elk, so that way the wild elves would kill him, which would turn him back, and I guess would start a war between the humans and the elves?
Well, an elk is considered a somewhat noble creature, considering a rack that it has.
You would think that it'd be easier to turn him into something, I don't know, weaker?
It's not about. I wouldn't. No, Luke is sounding a lot like a devil's advocate here. It's not really about making them weak. It's about reflecting reflecting what you see of them. Again, elk are
But
relatively
he just turned
noble
everyone
sounding.
into elks.
Well, he clearly thinks very highly of everyone. Then
I don't know. My history with thieves was kind of the opposite. They don't really think anyone's as good as them.
oh no, not as good as
I
them.
miss
but
Uncle Peyton.
They must think that someone else is high, or they just really, really like elk.
It's probably that he really liked elves, because when my mother and the twins found him, he was definitely surrounded by a lot of animals.
Who is your
Got
mother?
to be a weird fetish thing.
Do not fucking call it a fetish, guys.
That's
I-
just a
wrong
wild
fucking
look across the
word.
Pacifica.
I'm just glad he's gone, because when my spark denied and I arrived on Kaladesh and stayed there for a few days, it kind of clicked on me that even though everyone said that Elko, quote unquote, vanished, my mother said when I came back and she saw the signal, or the signal of the walkers, she said she saw that exact mark when Oko disappeared.
You fucking
God
walk.
damn it. Yeah, he just left.
Of course.
Well,
Again, if you can't find a corpse, they're not fucking dead.
I'm just
Especially
hoping
with a
he...
planeswalker.
Yeah, but the chances are running into him is very slim.
I hope so. Then again,
Amy,
I do want
Yes?
a thief friend again.
what
Yes?
are you going to the festival as?
I'm going as actually one of my favorite idols, Little Red Riding Hood.
You mean the little
Oh, no.
girl in the red cloak who almost gets eaten by a wolf?
Oh, no. I'm going as the Eldraine version, where she actually kicked the wolf's butt.
Cool.
Trust me, it's a very an extravagantly gory tale, actually. At least the one I heard. Crossbow bolts aren't clean.
They're really not as clean as most people think. If you want a clean kill, normally you'd need a bow.
Anyway. Yeah.
Anyway, back to studying.
Yeah, enough
So
of the
anyway,
side
just
tangent.
money.
We're like
successfully
eating lunch.
skirt the entire situation without telling any of you what he's wearing.
Yeah.
You fools.
I'm just also passively name dropping random characters. This is so much fun. Like Uncle Faden.
I get it.
I don't.
Yeah, she said she misses Uncle Faden.
Wait, no, actually, Jordan, you of all people should.
Wait, who?
Uncle Faden?
Dak Faden.
Oh. Okay. Alright.
Just
Finn's
wah, wah.
dad!
He's gonna run
Oh. Okay.
He's gonna run
Sorry.
a Faden.
Happy birthday.
Alright.
Alrighty. Okay,
So we go back to studying for a bit and then we move to the next section.
Yes, okay, so if we are all good and studied up. Alright, so, okay, just for shits and giggles, here, we'll go to classroom. Cause now, okay, so, because you four all study together, each of you can get the chance to re-roll one time. So I'm gonna give you guys, I'm gonna need you guys to do 2 specific rolls, and you can re-roll any one of them. And depending on results determines how well you guys do on the exams.
So that's 2 d20s?
Yeah.
And just reroll reroll the one that you don't want.
Okay, so, alright, so the first check. I need you 4 to, and put this in the rolls, I need you all to roll Arcana.
Ooh, I'm good at those.
Yeah, so basically, you are choosing multiple choice answers, on questions about, the various different colored slotties.
Ooh, I'm good at this.
Finally! Let's see if you go back, y'all. Not quite as back as Luke, but...
I have a +5!
So
your plus is higher than mine. But I'm not proficient in Arcana.
I've got
which is weird.
proficiency in Arcana because I am a nerd.
Alrighty. Alright, and now for your second roll. I need you all to roll Insight.
let me.
And this is where you are writing short essays about commonly accepted ways to keep slotty calm during unexpected encounters.
Oh, I'll take that.
Oh yeah, I got +5
Not
in insight.
amazing, but I'll take it. Because I might really need the reroll if there's a third one.
Okay, my insight. 5.
It's not the greatest roll in the world, but I will take a 15, honestly.
Alrighty. Okay. So, all 4 of you, not only have you passed your finals, the 4 of you aced them.
Nice. Good job, guys.
The DC was 12.
What's the class that this was for?
This was I guess we can assume this is for the magical physiologies. I'm not gonna have you guys do this like multiple times for each of your classes. That is just insanity. So it's like we'll just say like this is just everything.
Yeah.
I was just gonna put it down on. I'm just putting it on the report card.
Yeah. So on your guys' report card, make sure that you note that you have aced this first exam.
I get to add a D4 to I got to add a D4 to that actually.
Yeah. So
Because I work at the Star, so I get a +4 to insight, plus D4 to insight checks if my student die.
All right. Speaking of student die, a reward for acing. All of you gain 2 student dice rolls. so these also, function like what you do from the clubs. However, these student dice ones specifically, they will apply, and try to make a note of this, these two specifically apply to Arcana and Insight checks. So basically what you guys just tested on.
So I put the skills Arcana and Insight. So basically we get 2 student dice.
Yeah,
for Arcana and Insight.
Yeah, that you can use them. You can use them for those checks.
Well
Yeah.
learned.
I guess for
Hell,
class and subject matter, I'll just leave those blank since we're kind of just doing all the exams as one thing.
Yeah, just leave them as one. It's like,
Yep.
yeah, because like I said,
And this is just exam number 1.
yeah, that's like I said, I'm not gonna have you guys do this like 3 times, and like,
It's the first chapter.
well, it's not even just that. It's just, we'll be here. We will be here all fucking night.
Yeah. So this is just the exam for a class.
Yeah. Right, yeah. So basically, yeah, like A class basically counts this as this is the fall, the exams that you take in the fall.
Okay.
Alrighty, but yes, good job, everybody. You all pass.
We smirked.
And as you
Yep.
aced your test, you just hear someone go, nerd!
Yes, use the Canicarus noise.
Who said that?
I can fucking hear you, Grayson.
Okay. Alright, now if I can just get to. Alrighty, hang on. Alrighty, so now it is time for the Autumn Festival. Woo! So, all of you I'll just assume you are all in your costumes.
Yes, Johnny is shirtless with face paint.
Axolotl!
Alright. Alrighty, so with the first exams finally over, it is time to celebrate! The Autumn Festival is here, and the students are racing to put together costumes for the celebration. So now that we know what you 4 are doing, Thistle, what are you doing?
I'm so sorry, my pizza's here. I will be right back and I'll tell you.
Alright.
Thistle's off to get pizza.
I'm gonna laugh if somebody is dressed up as a Oko.
Okay, so that being said, so we'll get back. Okay, we'll get back to Thistle when he comes back with his pizza. So, amongst the trees in the courtyard of the Biblioplex, several tents are set up for food and activities, along with a wagon. A small bonfire blazes in the center with bales of hay set around for seating. Right, so just to kind of give you an idea as to what everything here you have at your disposal. So the tent that I'm pinging at, that you're actually right in front of, that is actually a tent set up for fortune telling.
Oh, I want to do that. I want to do that.
Okay, hang on. Next to that, this tent here, that is where you can get some fresh apple cider. The next one over is just more general food. The wagon down in the corner, that is the medical wagon. So God forbid if somebody gets hurt, and it is being managed by our good buddy, Batty Tracy. Over in this corner, there is where Javanesh and Lorene are. There's bobbing for apples. And then over on the far west, there is pumpkin carving. Alright,
You're
so
all met by Luke about a few foot off the ground. He is eye level with you all. As he travels around, he's not making noise, and he doesn't seem to be moving his legs. in reality, he is sitting on top of Flitz with a very long cloak. He is dressed up like Bela Lugosi's Dracula.
God damn it.
Alright, lovely.
Go, fortune telling. That sounds fun.
Fortune telling.
Yeah.
I
The
mean,
tent right behind us.
fortune telling. Yeah, it sounds beautiful.
You know what?
Canvas, by the way, is dressed up with silver white dread wig that's held on quite well. Some face paint, and she's cast all herself on her arm
I'm back.
to make
What
it
was the
look
question?
like a twisted claw.
What did I miss?
Everyone's just kind of describing their costumes, and then yeah. So Thistle, what exactly are you gonna be doing? Like, will you be joining in the festivities?
I would imagine that, he had been coaxed to join the celebrations, but while he is gonna go, he's just gonna observe.
Okay, fair enough.
Because he doesn't really know what to expect. I will put him...
Danny, just for record, I did just pull out 3
I'll put
cards
him
for
on this
Amy's.
tree.
I just pulled out 3 cards for Amy because she's totally doing the fortune telling thing.
Okay.
Pacifico has this ornate sort of green and gold sort of loincloth number, these like fabric gauntlets that are like wrist gauntlets that are also of that green and gold color scheme. He has face paint, his hair is down, and that's what he's wearing.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so you said you wanted to do some fortune telling.
Yes. And I
Alrighty.
pulled out 3 cards for it from my
Okay.
actual tarot deck.
Okay, so yeah, we can have you do that, and then I got my own little mechanics for doing some fortune telling, but to set the mood. So, Amy, when you walk inside, you immediately recognize the Dean of Order from Moorhold, Augusta Tullis. She's actually your what is it? Archaeomancy, I believe, is it? She's your teacher in that class, which we haven't yet done a roleplay thing yet, but we will. She is sitting in front of a number of crystals and divination relics. And you see, she's wearing a long black poncho with lines of silver sequins to form a spider's web. And, instead of the elaborate hair pieces that she loves to wear when she's teaching the classes, on her head sits a fake spider with strands of small pearls trailing down from it to frame her face.
That's epic.
So dressed up as a little spider. It's like, oh, Miss Amy, good evening. Are you enjoying yourself?
I'm having a good time.
Oh, that's good. It's like, might I interest you in some fortune telling? Normally I look into the past with my magic, but tonight I'm going to glimpse into the future.
Sure, I wouldn't mind.
Alright, so... Okay, so she'll hold out her hand. She's like, come, give me your hand.
And she will.
Alright, so you go and take your seat across from her, and she holds your hand with one, and she holds out her other hand over the various relics laid out before you. So, okay, just for funsies, you go on ahead and do your tarot card reading, and then I'll do the reading that I'm writing out.
Alright. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus!
Uh-oh.
I just pulled out 2 major arcana,
Oh boy.
and it actually kind of fits. It's the Devil, the Tower, and the 8 of Cups.
Oh, really?
Are any of them upside down?
None of them are upside down. So the Devil comes to me and says, like, where are you, buddy? Okay, here we go. Derivative means don't let your own negativity hold you back. Shut up. Enter.
Negativity.
Yeah, I think don't let your negativity.
I am transcendent.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was too funny. Continue.
Enter the swing of things a bit more. Put down your mask.
Enter the swing of things without your negativity.
Shut the fuck up. The tower.
God damn it. Oh god, my fucking face is red.
Okay, where's my tower? Where's my fucking tower? Okay, the need to establish a very strong foundations in life. And finally, the Eight of Cups. Looking for something on a much deeper level. This fucking is ominous. This is ominous.
Oh, that's fucking ominous.
Alright. Okay, now we'll make it that what you will. That being said, I am going to do the little mechanic that I devised for this. So I'm gonna flip a coin, and depending on what it lands on, is the fortune you get.
Oh boy.
Let's see here. Where'd it go? Hang on. Okay, let me roll it again.
Rolling a D2.
Alright. Okay. Alright, so Tullus looks in your eyes and she says, "Climb to the peak of an owl's castle. There you will find a key that will lead you to what you seek."
Interesting. I will keep that in mind, as she did come to Strixhaven to find.
Mm-hmm. It's just a mere glimpse, you know. Yeah, I can't exactly give you further details than that.
That's perfectly fine.
All right. Well, you have a good evening with your friends.
All right, I shall. Thank you, and I'll see you at class.
Alrighty.
Boopy.
So how was it?
It was interesting. I got a fortune about an owl's castle that holds the key to what I seek, and I got a very ominous tarot card reading.
Scott, do you want to go in first, or should I? I look to my friend Luke.
I kind of want to know what is going to happen in my future, to be honest.
All right, head on in. I'll wait here.
Keep fucking breaking character.
I may as well too.
Yeah. Guess we'll all have our turn in there.
Luke
Alright.
walks in.
Luke walks in. Alright, he's like, "Oh, good evening, Mr. Star."
Good evening.
So I trust you would like to have your fortune read.
Indeed, the future holds so many wonders.
Alrighty. Okay, so let's take a look at what you got.
Can I do the tarot card thing for Luke?
Go for it. Do what you want. Alrighty. Alright, so as far as for what I will give Luke. Okay. I see a room filled with silence and within lies a jewel with a faint glitter.
I don't like that. Not at all.
Alrighty, and then, yeah, Amy, if you will, do tarot card reading.
Yeah. The first card is the Three of Swords. Upright. It talks about heartbreak unless you can communicate. The Four of Wands is in reverse. There we go. Four of Wands in reverse. And it says, while it says the upright position says working with others towards a common purpose, this could mean not working with someone that you don't like. And finally, upright is the Page of Swords. And he tells me, don't rush into battle.
He's gonna come out and he's gonna have a rather concerned look on his face. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
What did yours say?
You will find yourself in a silent room, and in the center will be a glittering gem.
Oh boy.
Well, in that case, I'll be there to yell in the room. F that noise. Or lack of noise, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's lack of noise that's the problem there, mate.
That's why I corrected it. He looks to Canvas. Do you want to go first, or would you rather I do?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Alright, so when she sees Pacifico walk in, she's like, oh, I hope this evening has found you well.
So far, so good.
Alright, let's see, what do we get for Pacifico? Okay. Alrighty, she says. Okay. Beware the buried remnant that hungers for gold and thirsts for azure blood.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, did you not get that?
I was trying to type it. I want you to repeat it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Beware the buried remnant that hungers for gold and thirsts for azure blood. You know, I'll be sure to type these up in important info for you guys to notice as well.
Okay. Pacifico's face just drops when he hears that. He knows
Mildly
fucking
shitting himself.
precisely what that means.
Okay. Alright, so Amy, would you like to do a reading for Pacifico?
Yep, I already got the cards.
Alright.
The Hierophant, upright, says, power behind the scene. Also teachings and teachers entering one's life. And then we have the Eight of Wands, says, things around you are speeding up. And finally, the Two of Cups Two of Coins in reverse. And it says a relationship is going to go sour.
Oh no.
Oh god.
These fortunes are ominous.
That doesn't make
That is-
Pacifico feel nervous about his future conversation with Amy. Not at all.
Take it
Hey,
away,
at least
Luke.
you know
Oh,
one
no.
of them is the truth because Luke is already fucking here. I'll teach you to love yourself, damn it.
Pacifico just like comes out and he kind of looks about as nervous as he was before. Like even less so nervous and just like no, nervous I think is the right word, but like a different kind of nervous.
He's like, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Yeah, your turn, Canvas.
You alright?
No. No.
Amy, fix it, and then Canvas goes in.
Fix what?
I point at Pacifico.
I think it would be funnier if you just walked past her with no elaboration.
I know.
Okay. So then, someone Canvas walks in. You know, she's like, oh, good evening. No, may I interest you in a fortune?
Yes. My friends have all had fortunes that have left them shaken. I'm curious what mine will be.
All right, let's see. I didn't land on. Okay. Alrighty. And so Tullus looks at you and says, a living clock lords over a dark chamber, all alone.
Canvas just frowns. That sounds lonely.
Okay, alrighty, so, Amy, if you may do your fortune.
Give me a second. Ooh. So the first card is the Empress. And she comes to tell me the need to cultivate your own creativity. And we have the Four of Wands upright, which comes to tell me there's working with others towards a common purpose. That's interesting because Lux's version of the card was in reverse. And then finally, we have the Hermit in reverse. Isolation, alienation.
That pad with the other shit is not comfy. Anyway, Canvas gives a nod and then walks out.
Well, how did it go?
Yeah. Yeah. It went. Yep, it do go.
Okay, so that was a mistake. Can we all agree?
Yeah,
I don't know
apparently.
about anyone else. That was I get that it's like All Hallows Eve or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna go carve a pumpkin or something. I need to get my head off that.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I don't know how anyone would know that about me. Nobody should.
just
Hi.
leaving.
Hi. Hi. I'm fine. Why do you ask?
I'm just gonna go hang out with Quintelis.
Alrighty. Okay, so Amy's going to the bonfire. Luke is carving pumpkins.
Think what will Canvas do? She's gonna keep an eye on Pacifico for a moment, but the moment Pacifico starts to talk to someone, they're like, cool, they can deal with Pacifico for a bit. Where would Canvas go? Actually, she needs a drink after that.
Alrighty. Okay, so then Thistle. As you were, kind of overseeing everything happening, and you're seeing, kind of taking in all these little costumes that everybody's wearing. Some of them very elaborate, some of them are very simple. You do notice over where Canvas is actually walking towards, you notice a little a young dwarf woman, and she's getting apple cider. And her costume, I don't think you'll get it, but it's like she's wearing like a white sheet, not like a ghost, but it looks like she has taken some like little like not packets, but like the little things of like coffee creamer that you get, and she just glued them on.
Okay. So I'll just fly over the entire celebration and head my way over there to where Greta was sitting. So I'll be like standing on her right side, and then I'll say, Greta Goron?
Yeah, and she just turns and she's like, so, where I'm from?
The trees. Anyway, I should probably let you know, your family took care of me before I set on my way here. They share their love.
It's like, oh, whoa, so wait, so you actually, you met my moms, you met my sis?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, all right. It's like, hey, any friend of my sis is a friend of mine.
Well, nice to make your acquaintance. My name is Thistle, sniper of the Maiden of Gloom.
Okay, that sounds badass.
He actually chuckles from that. So, everyone else is dressed up in these costumes. Who were you dressed as?
I am the cream.
The cream! The cream!
I blame you, Boone. I blame you for this.
The cream!
Because the cream rises to the top.
Oh God.
Sort of slowly turning my head away from her, but not breaking eye contact. Well, I have been doing a little bit of reading during my stay here. There's talks of having me be officially enrolled into the school. Figured they could help me with my particular case, but I didn't mean to overhear. But I think I heard you were. Okay, so general question: would we know what characters are associated with what college?
Right now, because they're first years, like some of them are fairly obvious where they're going, and then some probably haven't really made their mind up yet.
Okay. Could it be safe to assume that Greta absolutely know where she's going?
Yeah, I would probably say so. Yeah, because she's gonna be going to Lorehold.
All right. So, adding on to that, so I heard you were going to Lorehold. I was actually thinking of enrolling there myself. It could help with my research.
It's like, oh, hell yeah! It's like, yeah, if you have, by all means, you got any questions, you need any help, do not hesitate.
I won't. And, he looks around the place and says, everyone seems to be having fun. I suppose I could take a bit of a break. Where would you recommend I start?
Well, how about we start right here? Apple cider on me!
he looks at one of the mugs being bigger than him. Is like, oh, right. And then he calls out to the people tending the bar and says, "Hey, do you have a thimble I could drink from?"
It's like, I'd say probably, like, one of them will find, like, a small little container or something, like, thimble-sized for you.
Alright, great. So, he takes it and takes a sip of it and goes, this is really good.
It's like, yeah, if you like that, yeah, if you like the cider, wait until you come to Beau's End Tavern. The beer is to die for.
Beau's End Tavern. I'll make a note of that. You know, you kind of remind me of someone from back home.
Really?
Yeah, she's got that energy about her. Not unlike yours.
Would you say she's the strongest woman in your world?
He just looks into his cup before taking a sip and says, strongest. And then he just takes a sip.
Yeah, cause that's what I'm gonna be. Once I graduate, I'm gonna be the strongest woman in all of Arcavios.
Nice of you to have a goal. You sure you can reach it?
Like, I'd like to think so. I mean, this is the best school after all.
So they keep saying. Well, with aspirations like that, I don't doubt that you will achieve that goal. But
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you'll be able to reach your goal as well.
Yeah.
It's just, I also don't blame you if you end up falling asleep in class. They can be boring.
I've had plenty of stakeout missions where I stayed up for several days at a time. I should be fine.
Alrighty.
And then Thistle, for no reason, also hears, "Just have fun!"
What's that? He pulls out his rifle. Who's there?
The ghost of Frangelico haunts you all!
Oh god. It's spreading.
Just have fun, Thistle.
I have no idea who this is.
Don't worry about it.
Can you tell that Thistle has no social skills outside of his job?
That's bad. Alright, so with that said, Thistle, you see Canvas approaching, the apple cider tent, and you recognize her from the stadium. You know,
And,
would you like to say anything?
Absolutely. So, as I was having this conversation with Greta, I see Canvas making her way over and says, I saw you at the stadium.
Oh, were you the... Yeah, sorry, I couldn't make out details. I never really looked too close. You must be... Did I hear Thistle?
That's right.
Yes, thanks for deciding to help out.
He just shrugs and says, part of my training.
It's part of your training just to help random people you don't know? All the training.
Well, that's not what I mean. It's more like... Back home, I acted as one of the snipers of my platoon. I would pick off targets to help the men on the ground charge through enemy perimeters. So it's just habit, I suppose. You looked like you were in trouble, so I jumped in.
Well, thanks again anyway. I didn't really get the time. I had to get my friend off. to the other. The
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm not really the type to look for thanks. I just do a job and I do it well.
Well, that's for sure. I don't know if I'd recommend going and getting fortune read. It was a journey for the four of us, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be much better for you.
He looks your way and says, "It's fine. I already know what my future is." I
That's
wake
some
up,
steely determination with that
Yeah.
phrase.
He's like, not so much determination, but rather an expectation I am determined to live up to. I live, and then I die. I do what I can in life, and then in death, I return to the lands that the Maiden of Gloom watches over. That's the way of the soldier.
That's to some extent that's a little bit sad.
It's the fact of life.
If it's fulfilling to you, then that's okay, but it doesn't have to be a fact.
This sort of gives him pause for a moment. It's like, what? That's all he says.
Well, enjoy your cider. Try and enjoy it while you're here.
What was your name again? Just
Canvas.
So I know how to identify you. Canvas. Nice to meet you.
Canvas Zev.
Canvas Zev. I'll remember that.
Yeah, you can typically find me through any of the others you saw that day. Except for the Dryad, I don't really know them that well.
He's like, I got it. And then he goes back to his drink.
Canvas is going to proceed to take a very deep, like take the entire mug of cider, because she's just trying to deal with what she thought and what the
Thistle doesn't even budge because he more than understands.
yeah.
He's like, enjoy it, it's good.
Yeah, it is. Alright.
Alrighty, so let's move to Luke. Luke is carving pumpkin.
Pumpkins.
Indeed.
Pumpkin.
Alright, what is Luke carving into said pumpkin?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Not gonna lie, that sounds like a.
That's why we're asking.
Luke has produced a knife from somewhere. It wasn't one of the knives that was on the table to be used. It's just one he was carrying for some reason. And his carving was simple to start out with, and then he started attaching legs to it.
What? Oh, he's one of those.
And within the few minutes, it's a typical carved pumpkin that's walking around.
Pumpkin
I love
server.
I love it.
Okay, I'm imagining like
He sets the lantern he got from in the first session inside.
Oh wow. I'm also thinking like visually, it's like those Metal Gear geckos from MGS4, the things that move and walk around.
I need to make custom art servo tokens now. I need to do it.
It has legs like a spider tank.
Oh.
And You may not remember this, but he turned the torch into an explosive.
Of course he did.
Somebody around somewhere is going to get covered in pumpkin guts.
Oh, knows.
I'm pretty sure everyone knows who he sent it for.
Yeah, so like everyone else, like as they're doing the pumpkins, they're just watching you build this little walking pumpkin. And you know, everyone's at first is like just like, oh, so delighted, like, you know, oh, this is so cool, you know. And then then the pumpkin takes off.
Do I notice this?
Make a perception check.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
pretty sure everyone can.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll anyway because it's funny when I roll. All right. Ooh. Oh, decent roll. 18.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yes, everyone sees this pumpkin that's running around, but you see it too. But you see where it's going. So yeah, Luke, will you describe what you intend to do with that pumpkin?
The pumpkin, it rises to its feet, looks back and forth like it can see, and then hops off the table. It scuttles around in circles for a few seconds before it sees the person it's set to target. And much to probably none of your surprise, but everyone else's surprise, it beelines for Grayson.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Pacifico holds back a chortle.
I see this happening, and then I go, what the fuck?
It hops up onto the table, looks at Grayson, and it makes a noise. It's like, meow, and then detonates.
Yeah.
Covering him in pumpkin guts.
Yeah, and you know what? And we'll say because Rubina is at the table as well, she gets some on herself too. You know,
That's unintentional. There was one target, and he got most of it.
It's like, yeah, it's like Rubina just stands up, just like, yeah, it's like, what's the meaning of this?
What's the meaning of this?
Luke is now innocently carving into a different pumpkin.
Canvas keeps her head down, but laughs.
Amy just face palms.
Yeah, you just see Grayson, like he just wipes pumpkin guts off his eyes, and he's just like, he's just got this look on his face, like I'm going to fucking kill you.
Go ahead, try.
Do they try and accost him for it?
Grayson will definitely come your way.
Do I happen to see this?
Oh,
I'd imagine everybody sees this.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
considering it was the sound of an explosive and then Grayson
Thistle
being covered in
completely-
pumpkin guts.
Yeah, Thistle completely turns around, and now he's fully invested. He's like, hey, bartender, pour me another one.
This is funny.
More.
He's like, this amuses me.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Prismari teachers that are overlooking this, they just like turn to Luke, and it's like, you see like Varen, the voice of duality. She's just like, look, that is not what the pumpkins are for. They're for displaying.
I've displayed it all over someone else, but it's been displayed.
I mean, that's true.
It is a different kind of display than the one that you're used to, but it is still a display of mechanical genius.
Okay.
And what is this celebration if not a night for some tricks and treats?
Alrighty. Okay, Luke, let's do a dex contest here.
All right.
Yeah, so I need you to roll dexterity.
Fuck him up.
13.
So Grayson, he comes up to the pumpkin table. He sees the pumpkins. He reaches over, grabs Mina's pumpkin, flips it upside down, and just dunks it on your head. Like, just pops your head on the pumpkin.
Oh my god.
Luke quickly carves out a couple eye holes in it, looks at him. You want another one? He doesn't give
Wait a
a
minute,
shit.
wouldn't he be muffled because of the pumpkin?
No, he carved holes.
Yeah, there's holes in
Right.
the pumpkin.
Yeah, you're right.
Did you want another one?
Okay, guys, I think that's enough.
I am so glad I'm over here and not over there.
It's very clear Luke is just having fun.
Yeah. It's like,
He doesn't
Yeah.
care that a pumpkin's been shoved on his head. Grayson can try to make a fool out of him if he wants.
He still won.
Yeah. There's only pumpkin on my head. There's pumpkin all over him.
Yeah. I see this as an absolute win.
So he too knows how turf wars works. The more you cover, the more you win.
so it's like, but then, like, he just turns and just walks away, just like get himself cleaned up.
Luke
You know.
pulls the pumpkin off of his head.
Okay.
Sorry about that. He's been a dick at work, so I just needed to really give him something.
Hey, he needs to learn how to take a joke every now and again anyway.
So I look over at Greta, and as Grayson was walking away, and I go like, the chances of that one surviving, what would you give him, like a 10 or a 1?
Grayson or Luke is the question.
I'm talking to,
Who
Yeah,
is
I
he
know-
talking about?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, whose chances of survival? Like, Grayson's or Luke's?
Grayson's. Yeah, sorry, I think I blipped out.
That's okay. You know, yeah, she just turns, she's like, everybody wants to kick his ass.
I mean, he does have a punchable face.
You're telling me, mate! How he heard you, you don't know.
Yeah. I just raise my glass to him.
Canvas is gonna grab one of the mugs and bring a mug of ale over, mug of apple cider over to Luke. You want some?
Fuck yeah.
This is an important question for if Pacifico is ever offered any of this. Does this cider have alcohol in it?
No, this is just regular apple cider.
I would like to
Sparkling
note
apple
that in non-American countries, regular cider has alcohol in it.
I would like to note in places that aren't America, cider is all alcoholic.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to imagine Pacifico did not go to the cider because he's expecting it to be alcoholic.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so in that case, we'll say there's alcohol and non-alcohol versions.
I have the alcohol version, and I offer Luke the alcohol version.
Luke takes it and drinks it with gusto.
Do you
Still covered in, like, his head still covered in pumpkin. He doesn't care.
do you just carve a mouth into the pumpkin?
No, he's taking it
No,
off
he
by now.
turns it. Oh, I was
Yeah.
expecting you to just turn it to, because it was already a partially carved pumpkin. All I was thinking is you just turned it to the side where the face is, so you can actually interact with people.
And when you're like, don't want to talk to anybody, you just turn it around.
No, that sounds even better. Yeah. The costume has now changed. He is no longer Dracula. He is the headless horse rack.
you know what? I'm actually going to roll a d20 for myself to determine exactly how Pacifico to be carving a. You know what? He's going to be carving a hurricane pumpkin.
A hurricane pumpkin.
Yes.
Alrighty.
And he's gonna be like, you know what? I feel bad. And he's going to take his carved pumpkin. He's going to come over. You know what? What Luke did was a little bit too mean. Here.
Yeah, and
This one
he just
this
looks at the-
this one isn't going to blow up.
Yeah, so then he just kind of just takes the pumpkin, and just looks at it, he's like, what is it?
It's a gift.
He's like, no, I mean, what did, like, he's looking at the carving, he's like, no, like, what is this?
A hurricane.
It's like, a bit odd. It's like, why a hurricane?
He shrugs. It's kind of what came to mind. In a sense, sort of a representation of, my home.
He's like, well, thanks, I suppose.
Well, you're welcome, I suppose.
Just fuck already. Yeah, he's like, yeah, so. Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's where he just, he's just kind of conflicted, but then at the same time, then he just kind of looks at, Luke, who's just happily doing his own bit. That's where he's just like, I'm gonna kill that fucking rat.
I'm a fucking raccoon!
It's like, nobody asked you!
I can fucking hear you!
I'm not talking to you!
You're talking about me and calling me a rat!
Ladies, you're both beautiful. If it wasn't for the alcohol in the cider, Thistle probably wouldn't be this snarky.
I can totally see, like, Greta just being, like, cheers, like, clink on that one.
Yeah. Just gently clinks the bottom half of the tankard because that's all he can reach.
Yeah, she's like, that was good.
Well, that was a thing.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to it.
Yes.
And enjoy the rest of the festival. He's gonna walk away.
That was a productive meeting.
Are they bonding?
Alrighty, so then, alright, so, meanwhile, okay, so, Amy! Yeah, so you are sitting at the bonfire, so, you see, you have, yes, you got Quintelis there, but you also have Aurora, Cadoris, Rosie, Big Face, Xanther, Shivadri, and Rampart. Just all there, like, either just, like, talking amongst themselves, or just enjoying the blaze.
Yeah, Amy's still a little shooken up by that tarot reading. Instead of, like, the actual reading, because, like, okay, I just gotta find something. Like, that was kind of spooky. Her face is, like, kind of pale. Like,
Okay, yeah. Aurora sees this, and, she's just like, is something the matter?
I just got a very spooky reading, that's all.
It's like, oh, the fortune telling.
Yeah, they were talking about apparently I'm gonna be meeting some big trouble. From what I could get out of that.
It's like, well, you have been running into a lot of trouble lately. Seems every incident that's happened has involved you in some way, so I don't know. Yeah. But honestly, I really wouldn't look too much into it. I mean, it's just harmless fun after all.
Yeah, just harmless fun. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you see, it's like Aurora is just dressed up as like a creepy clown.
Not what I was expecting!
It's like, yep, creepy clown.
I can imagine Quintella's
that,
actually
actually.
low. I imagine Quintella's actually low key dressed as either Tamaki or dressed up as a knight.
Let me see. What did I have him as? Where are you? Okay. Not exactly a knight, but more like a Roman soldier.
Oh, no, Hoplight's Greek. Roman
Gladiator.
soldier. No,
Yeah.
Gladiator's more for like entertainment. I'm thinking more like soldier. Hang on, let me look that up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, specifically Roman.
Oh, geez, there's unit types. Why is there a whole list of them?
Because it's ancient Rome.
Fuck you, Romans, you overachieving bastards.
They were a militarily led oligarchy for a while.
Yes, and they also made a lot of domes, which, granted, really good architectural design, but they also
Shut
stole
up,
from the Greek
Lord.
pantheon.
I can't believe it. Thistle's racist towards the Rome.
No, I'm racist towards Rome, which is probably not something I should admit.
Oh my!
I'm not actually racist. I'm joshing.
You're not Draken, only Joshin. I see how it is.
Well,
No, John.
Drake's a pedo.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Anywho, okay. So back to the game at hand. You know. So you see Quintellus. He actually raises up from his seat and he's like, oh, "Would you like to sit down?"
No, I'm fine. Don't worry.
It's like, are you sure? I mean, we don't want you passing out on us.
You know what? Maybe I should sit down as she's getting a good look at him.
I changed my mind.
So how was your two testing went?
It's like, I think I did pretty good. How about you?
I feel like I aced it. Not gonna lie.
It's like, oh, wonderful. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Just everything that's going on, plus studying, it's like, that takes a lot out of a lady.
It's like, tonight's just a chance to relax.
Yep. Just to relax, enjoy the food, enjoy the air, try to get that creepy tarot reading out of my mind, and get to someone else.
Alrighty. Pacifico. Alright, so I see you are over by Lorene and Javanesh.
Yes.
You gonna go bobbing for some apples?
That's
Yes.
cheating. I call shenanigans.
Wait, yeah, he's a
The
Triton,
shark
come on.
man is going
can
apple
breathe
bombing. Not only
underwater,
does he have
damn it.
sharp teeth, he can breathe underwater. He can just get the apples. This is bullshit. Anyway,
This is bullshit. Full bullshit.
Oh, alright.
Wait, are a bunch of people gonna come over and call him out on cheating? It's like,
Can one of them say what I said?
He's like, boo, tomato, tomato, tomato.
Yeah, Lorraine is just like, it's not cheating. It's not cheating when you're really good.
Okay, there.
I mean, if somebody who wasn't a Triton could naturally hold their breath for a really long time, would you call that cheating?
Is it really holding your breath?
I mean, in my case, it's not, but
It's like,
you
Yeah,
see
so-
my point. It's someone with a biological advantage.
oh, yeah, Javanesh turns to you and he's like, hey, how about we test that theory? You and me. Who gets the most?
Oh, you're on. And he has the sassy competitive look on his face.
Alrighty, let's see. What kind of role should this be? don't know. What role would you say this would be good for bobbing for apples?
Con?
Okay.
Dex.
Dex?
Dexterity?
Have you tried to bob for apples?
I think
I actually haven't, no.
I think dexterity fits because of the fact that for Pacifico it is not a contract.
Okay, yeah, because that's where I was kind of torn.
fair.
I was like, would this be con? Would this be dex? Would this be strength?
Yeah.
Like what?
Okay,
the,
for
the-
him,
the
I-
biggest
yeah.
problem for bobbing with apples isn't dipping your head under the water, it's the biting the apple bit for most people. Because our jaws don't open big wide enough to grab apples without the force of a hand behind them.
Gotcha. All right.
That's
Okay,
why
so-
bobbing for apples is so difficult. It's because you're not holding the apple to bite into it. You have to try and push against the water to grab it.
All right.
Science. So yeah, it's a
Alrighty.
dex check.
Alrighty. Okay, so in that case, yeah, Pacifico, dex check. Let's go.
All right. Oh my god.
What?
So it turns out Pacifico is not very good at this.
Uh-oh.
That's 11.
11. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. Javanesh rolled an 18. And basically what he's doing, like his way of doing it, is because he is a bird, he's literally diving and he's just stabbing apples with his beak.
Yeah, so what were you guys saying about me having an advantage? Yeah, right, okay.
Wait, right, I forgot. You file your teeth down. Yes, I've noticed.
Bird chirps.
Yeah, Javanesh just kind of turns and makes like, whoo, like hoot noise, because he's got the apples are still like firmly lodged on his beak, so he can't talk, but he will hoot.
He kind of playfully elbows him at the side. It's like, good game, big man.
For the honor of me mate, you're on, Javanesh.
Pacifico holds his hands up and backs up.
My turn.
Oh boy, here we go again. All right, so let's.
That is very good. Very good. My dex more than that. I'm looking at an 18.
All right, Javanesh rolled a 10.
Now,
Yep.
Luke
Yeah.
isn't cheating. He's taken the pumpkin off, and he's making use of the fact that as a raccoon, he has a snout, so he can get further around the apple before biting down. That's 70 or 5, mate.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, just like high fives all around.
Oh,
Yeah, then like meanwhile,
washing
like
the water off of his face.
yeah, it's like and meanwhile, like Lorene is just like stepped back. She's just watching this with you, Pacifico. She's just like, he's like, hey, I thought you did good.
I did good. I'm not really all that. To be fair, bobbing for apples isn't exactly a common thing where I'm from.
It's like yeah, it's like don't worry about it. Besides I've seen the way you dance in the water.
Exactly. And he kind of turns and he sees across the bonfire Quinn.
All right.
And the complexity of emotion is very quickly reminded.
And Amy's sitting beside him, which probably isn't
Yeah.
helping him.
Right.
It sounds like stone is grinding to Pacifico as Luke turns to look at him.
Part of me that wishes I had a soundboard because I would totally play that sound.
Lorraine, I'll be back.
Okay.
He would kind of go around this way. Hey,
I wonder
guys!
why.
Oh, hey, Pacifico.
At this
Hey!
point.
It's like, hey, how you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, things are going good. They're going great. How about you?
He's like, I'm very much enjoying myself.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's like, honestly, man, you look like you're having the time of your life.
Yeah, thanks.
Are you okay, Pacifico?
He looks towards Amy and then, like, towards Quinn and then towards Amy again. It's like, the answer is obviously no, but he doesn't want to say the answer is no. And he's just like, I'm fine.
Could I insight check that?
Sure.
You absolutely can. He will
Please.
deception check. That deception is a 7.
Man.
Mine's a 12.
Yeah, Pacifico ain't hiding shit from you.
Quinn, I'll be right back. Come on, Pacifico. There's something on your mind. Let's talk.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Let it out.
I probably should have said this sooner. He's kind of rubbing the back of his neck. It's like, okay. So, you know how you have that, like, massive crush on Quinn, right? And
Yeah.
I mean, totally can't blame you for that at all. Like, for real, he really seems a lot like your type. He kind of looks away, trying to figure out how to say this. And the other reason I can't necessarily blame you for that is, I think I might have a crush on him too.
Oh, so that's what's been bothering you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I know, you've been wanting someone like that for... And... I don't... And the first night we were in... And he tells the story about their dance the first night in the dorm.
Oh.
And
Go on.
And I got so scared of hurting you or anything. I didn't want to say anything, but I really should have said something, and I'm sorry, and I want to say it now because I think it would... He just runs out of steam, not knowing how further to express it. Because it's just a loop.
Amy would just take her finger and just boop Pacifico on the nose. And she's smiling.
It's okay, Pacifico. I'm not mad. Just don't... If Quinn chooses you, I'll be happy with that. And if he chooses me, that's fine too.
I'm not mad. Just let him choose.
Okay. All right. I can work with that. Yeah. Game on, I guess.
Well,
Relationships aren't a competition, Pacifico.
it's Pacifico. It's not. Just give him the space and let him choose.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be lighthearted about this. Especially since I feel really fucking stupid right now.
You're all right. Calm down. And Amy's not mad. She is smiling.
Oh, so cute.
I swear to God, these two are like spiritual brother and sister. It's actually kind of adorable.
All right, so Amy and Pacifico, as you are having this conversation, Thistle, what are like after you've had your fill of apple cider? What would you like to do?
All right. So I can see the crowd gathering around the pumpkins. So Thistle gets curious enough to look over there, and then says, "I'll be right back." To Greta, and then he flies his way over.
All right.
I like to imagine that one of the students is about to finish up, right?
Yeah. So we'll have Talana do that. Yeah. So like So she steps away, and you can see like the pumpkin that she carved. It's just kind of like where Pacifico. It's not like a spooky face or anything. It's just more like some more intricate designs. Yeah, unlike Pacifico, where it's not like she's trying to like make a scenery or something. She's just doing some pretty design work on it.
All right. So, impressive as that is, Thistle wants to take a crack at it. So, is there any gourd that he can do such a thing on?
We could give him like those little tiny gourds.
Yeah, sure. So he'll take his dagger out, and then he'll just start carving away. At first he didn't really have something in mind, but then as he just continues carving the mini pumpkin, his mind just begins to wander, and he's flying around all over it, making sure all the details are right, making sure that the layering is concise. And when he flutters back to check on his work, actually, I'll let you describe what some of these people see. DM.
Alrighty. It's probably a good time that the Bongo decided to like not want to keep repeating the Carnival music, but
Sure thing.
all right. So like the professors are watching, and as you're carving, we'll say like some of the people are kind of like gathering around, like taking a look at what it is, and as you're carving in this little tiny pumpkin, you're carving away, and what they see like the face of a young woman, a woman that they do not recognize. But for you though, would you like to reveal?
Yeah. Similar to how Thistle wears a suit that's designed after a firefly, this woman wears a uniform that's distinctly a lot like a yellow jacket, but where Thistle carries a rifle, this woman actually carries a simple spear, and in this visage, he drew her smiling, just posing with the spear, and in that moment, he actually pauses and takes his helmet off.
Ooh.
And just stares for a moment. Is it cool if I drop the art for this?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll do that. This is
Yeah, by all
essentially what
means.
everyone sees. I will also drop Thistle's no helmet version, and he's like, Spice. I hope we're doing okay out there. I'm sorry.
And as you're just kind of like in your, little reverie there, that is where all of a sudden you just hear, like, all around you, you just hear people going, just like loudly commenting on the pumpkin, going like, wow, she's so pretty. It's like, but yeah, never thought I'd see a tiny little thing craft something so good.
I imagine there's like a sort of cacophony of praise like that.
Yeah, like even like Veyron will like look at that and she'll just be like, "Oh, bravo! I've never seen something so beautiful."
With all this noise pounding into his ears, Thistle, going completely against what he told Canvas, is going to fly into the tent.
Oh.
Alright, and you can... Actually, can I get rid of this? No, I can't.
The first token?
Yeah.
I got
so,
that. Okay.
Thistle flies in and says, I need my fortune read.
It's like, yeah, and and that's where it goes. It's just like, oh, you're the little fairy I've heard about.
And he just repeats, more sternly this time, read the fortune.
Alrighty, let's see. What do we got here? Alright. And then with that, she turns to you and she says, "They are far and faint, but I see a fire in their hearts. A fire that burns for freedom."
And hearing this is like, enough of your riddles. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's going to happen to Spice. To my friends.
It's like I'm sorry. I can only offer just small glimpses.
Glimpses, waiting for leads. I need results. I'm tired of all this waiting.
Can we hear him yelling?
I would like to think so. Like even like Gretel just come be like, like little buddy, you okay?
I'll be back.
I
At
guess I
ease.
did.
Hearing that, Thistle immediately straightens his back, and he turns around, and yeah, all of you begin to see his face.
Name? She is very cautious. She's just gonna stay a little bit back because she does not trust fairies.
Canvas is looking over, suddenly snapped out of the creativity stupor that she got stuck in. She doesn't actually know what she's carved so far. I do, but like she hasn't looked down to see what she's actually carved. She's just been in a bit of a frenzy carving her pumpkin. But she's looking over, confused now.
Yeah. So Thistle is panting a bit, trying to compose himself, and looking over to Pacifico,
Who is in military commander mode.
looks over and says, "Forgive me. I lost myself there."
The situation you're in is probably urgent. So any delays, no matter how understandable the reasoning is, feel much worse to you. Right?
It's the woman I carved in the pumpkin. She's... I would never admit it to her, but she's dear to me. When I was a boy, I used to live in my Her Majesty's keep, her mountain citadel, with my family. They didn't make it out. I was then taken to the swamp below, because that was the only shelter they could provide for those lost in the attack. Thorn walkers. Then I met her. We trained together until we were of age to enlist in the war against the Queen of Thorns. I'm what you would call a shadow dancer. She would fight with the troops on the ground. I would support her in the shadows. And he pulls out his rifle with this. I can't believe I said those things to her before. And he trails off.
You said something you regret to her.
She tried to tell me something important, but I threw it in her face.
Was it something emotional?
We were talking about my...
Talking about your what now? You cut out slightly.
Talking about my brother. Baby brother. When the Citadel was attacked, I knew that my mother and father were... Anyway, I always assumed that my baby brother was gone, but she believed she might have seen something in a report that she wasn't meant to. It was confidential. I didn't want to remember that day. She was only trying to help. I realize that now. all the more reason why I need to go back. Tell her how sorry I am. To make things right. That I don't want the last memory I have of her be stained like that. Anyway.
At the moment, there's only so much control that we can have of that can be had over that. Where did you say you were from?
Dermot. Although, according to Fane the Broker, that's not in the current records of Plains. But he's looking into it.
I have connections in a place that's typically even more connected to the rest of the multiverse than Arcadios is. When I have time,
yeah.
When I have time, I can ask around.
All right. Though, I would be careful. If I was able to come here through the omen paths, what's to say that the enemy won't figure out where I've gone and then track me? I just hope I'm not being followed. Sorry. Thinking.
Well, if you are, that enemy should be pretty easy to identify, shouldn't it?
You would be surprised. See, I'm sure you heard stories where, and I've heard this from hearsay, but I'm sure you heard stories of fairies being these sweet trickster type characters.
Oh no. Oh no. I can tell you that is false.
It is and it isn't. Do you know how many people I've killed in my line of work?
You're a soldier, of course you've killed lots of people.
Yeah. And you would be unwise to underestimate the fair folk. There was the lieutenant of the commander who I know was involved in the raid. Commander Zoretta. He was an Eladrin, I believe. He led a counterattack against us that recently almost wiped us out. There were survivors, but more casualties too. His lieutenant is a fairy as well. She would have killed me if it wasn't for the omen path.
And what kind of tactics were they using to get the upper hand on you? Was it numbers? Was it an ambush?
Ambush.
I suppose that's not very surprising. In our war with the in the war between East River and Arakashi many centuries ago, it was often noted that the Arakashi's tactics tended to favor more ambush tactics. In addition, you can imagine how those tactics would be used by a crime syndicate that we were essentially at war with until somewhat recently.
I know those tactics well, because we, the Shadow Dancers, typically use guerrilla warfare. But the Thornwalkers, they copied our tactics down to the infinitesimal degree. must have known we were coming because I was doing my usual thing, working with my snipers to help our ground troops, and then Queen, I was the only one left.
The people involved are doing their best to get you back home, Thistle. That's all we can do. But
You're right.
beyond that, it sounds like if they know your tactics well enough to recreate them to the letter, you need no tactics.
I think you might be right. Adapt and overcome, right?
Precisely.
He closes his eyes and claps his hands like, but you don't do that in a day, and sometimes you need to fucking relax. So, homie, chill.
He sort of looks around a little bit when you call him homie and goes like, I think I understand what you're trying to tell me. I should take things easy. If Spice is alive, then I'll know.
Exactly.
Or at the very least, I can find out what happened to her.
Besides, if there's one thing that the past month has taught me, it's that stressing yourself out too much is exactly how you create more problems for yourself.
You're right.
Kind of side-eyes Luke as he says that.
I thought I mastered this. When I think about her...
Yeah.
It's just like when the lieutenant attacked. We were ordered to pull back. I didn't listen. I saw them take her. I just... acted.
Sometimes having that instinct is good. Sometimes it's not, but you definitely shouldn't be stressing over the decisions you make after the fact, because there's really no way of knowing what's the correct decision and what's not in the moment. Hindsight is rather perfect vision.
I imagine that Thistle can see Amy standing at a distance. He goes
Yep.
like, you
Yes.
got something to say?
I am not comfortable around fairies.
Never know when they'll end up.
One almost got me killed when I was a young child.
I don't blame you for being nervous. But in the case for myself, don't do something I won't like, I won't go after you. Simple as.
And then Sylvan says, understandable, just remember that I'm just very uncomfortable but I will eventually get you. As long as you don't try to lure any kids away into the forest to be eaten by wolves.
Also, in Sylvan, he says, then you know very little about the Fey realm.
Fey realm is a mysterious place.
It can be. But if you learn and open your eyes, then it won't be so hard to navigate.
He just leans towards Greta. Do you have any idea what they're saying?
Not a damn clue.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just me.
And then he goes over to Pacifico and says, what is your name and rank, sir?
Oh fuck! Asking for the rank. Oh
Shit.
fuck! It's
You decided to pull rank, so yeah, this is where this is going.
To be fair, there was a good reason for him to. He sighs and he kind of looks to the side slightly. Prince Pacifico Whitewater.
So Thistle takes his rifle out and then puts it against his chest, holding both hands, stands up straight, looks you straight in the eye, and says, sir, may I take leave, sir?
Permission granted.
Just out of curiosity, when Pacifico said that, like, was that like only an earshot for Thistle, or did everybody hear that?
I don't think there's any way he could justify it not being where everybody heard it.
Yeah, I mean, like,
At
look,
least a
me
good
too.
few heard it.
Yeah.
Including a certain someone over by the barrels.
Yeah, like I think no doubt if Greta hears Pacifico calling himself Prince, she'll just turn. She'll be like, "Wait a minute, you're a prince!"
Out loud, the loudest you
And
can
now,
be.
everyone will hear that.
So, with that in mind, Thistle looks to you, Pacifico, and says, thank you, sir. Puts his helmet back on, and just flies back to rejoin Greta. Alright, so we can get rid of Thistle number 2 here.
Yeah.
And I believe Canvas wanted to do a thing.
Yeah.
So we
Yes,
can call that an end to that little moment.
It is brief because she's now concerned by other things. But so Canvas
DM,
got into.
can you get rid of this one?
Oh,
Yeah, there's 2 Thistles now.
Yeah,
Okay,
they've
there's
re-equipped
2
their
of them?
mask.
Yeah.
derp. Alrighty. Which.
That's not that much of a derp. It was very recent.
I put my helmet back on, so
Okay.
the
Yeah. So the one without the helmet. Okay. Gotcha.
Alright.
Alright.
So,
anyway, yeah, continue.
Canvas, when she sat down, she was remembering one of the cards that got read out and the meaning that was given to her over it. And she did what she sometimes used to do back when she used to make little inventions for the Inventors Fair, and just let her mind go to work creating something. Well, she kind of tuned out and just thought of a muse, something to think about. She zoned back in very recently when the shouting was heard from the tent because she immediately went into alarms mode and listened in. Not noticing the somewhat delicate layered flower that she'd carved out of the pumpkin. She looks back to it, realizes what it is, and kind of just looks to one of the professors and goes, "Can you? This is anonymous." And she just pushes it towards the to one of the deans and scoots off towards Pacifico. The specific look of the pumpkin is quite specific, and she had something very specific on her mind, but she no longer wants to be tied to it because that is embarrassing.
Aw.
And so she pushes the pumpkin at one of the deacons and goes, anonymous entry into whatever, and she just scoots off and goes, Pacifico, are you alright?
How many people are staring at me right now?
Enough that it might be a good idea for you to take a leave.
I'll walk with you, Pacifico.
Yeah, I need to get out of my head as well. I feel like a walk is good.
He raises his eyebrow. It's like, he kind of looks around, and DM, how many people are staring at him?
At this point, everybody.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Sorry, Pacifico.
just from Greta's outburst.
Even the axolotl.
Yeah. Hello.
Would you believe me if I said I was fine?
No.
Oh.
I need to...
No. I actually mean I'm fine this time.
Really?
Canvas is just looking at you incredulously.
Do you want to roll insight?
Yes.
You fucking what, when?
19.
He's fine.
Canvas is actually taken aback a little bit and just kind of looks and nods.
I didn't even notice.
Yes.
Improvement. Yay!
Shit, earn it. And she just Canvas just shrugs, earn it. You want a drink? I guess sober?
A non-alcoholic one, yes, preferably.
Okay.
They have some by
Canvas
the
scoots
bar.
over and grabs one. One alcoholic, one non-alcoholic, and she asks for which one's which. And yeah.
Yeah, that was that. And it's like, are they still staring at me?
I think a few of them have gone back to what they were doing. Some people are busy.
Oh,
I'm
and,
hoping that at least some of them are staring at you and not what I carved and before it gets put on a shelf. But it's fine.
Yeah, it actually is.
By the way, I don't mean to be mithering, but can we get music back?
I know, it's like, yeah, the music bot was being a dick.
Even the
Let me give it a try.
even the banjo, even the bongo had to be like, wait a minute, he's a prince.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
And
You know.
you want it to move,
Pacifico.
right?
Amy's just gonna stay away.
Alright, thank God.
Pacifico.
Oh.
Prince does sound good on you. Just saying.
It does, doesn't it?
The alliteration really helps. and
Oh,
the
Thistle's
breaking
gone.
up that happens when the last name is really good. But yeah.
Oh. Wait, where did Thistle go?
I went back to Greta.
And I'm going over here.
I heard that.
That's me out of character. Thistle doesn't say it. Thistle's actually gonna go with Greta and go like. I'm probably going to regret this, but should we give Apple bobbing a try?
like, hell yeah, let's go!
Wait, gentle.
She's just dragging you.
Yeah, more like grabbing me by the fist and then just running with me.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Canvas and Pacifico probably know that Amy does not like berries.
Look, he doesn't seem like the typical one, alright? Like, he doesn't seem like a trickster.
Yeah,
He's
but
not- He doesn't lie through his teeth every few moments.
yeah, I just don't. It's gonna take me a while. 'Cause I hate saying this, I'm so traumatized over that.
Trauma is trauma.
Yep,
Anyway, do you drink alcoholic or none?
none. I am
Well,
a
for me, I
very
guess-
light. I am a very lightheaded. I just.
There's a non-zero chance of death if I drink alcohol.
No, this was
Oh,
a
hey,
fun
Luke.
festival.
Luke's right there.
Yes, Luke is like just hovering right behind you.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
He's right behind us, isn't he?
Yep.
Hey DM, I do need to more concernedly ask on Canvas's behalf. Did Tilana see or recognize the pumpkin?
I think she would at least recognize the pumpkin, like at least the design. Let me see. Let me make a roll real quick. Would she recognize? No, she would have no idea who carved it. That was a
Okay.
3. Yeah.
Whew!
Yeah.
Canvas is okay.
Yeah. Yeah, she recognized the design, but she didn't see who carved it.
Canvas just turns back to the mug, breathes deep, and then chugs a bunch of it.
I'm sorry, but the image I got was like her sort of like slurping it. I don't think that's what you were going for though.
No, this is like bottoms up. Like
Okay.
she's just downing the mug.
Wait a minute. Canvas. Do you have
Shut it.
I think that answers my question enough in and of itself.
Her eyes are on fire.
Literally?
Actually, this is one of the few this is one of the few moments that you'd see when she is concentrating heavily. The irises in her eyes are actually little cogs that turn, and they're turning quicker currently.
For us non-MTG folk, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, like I don't know what that is either.
I've got no context as to what that thing is, so...
Oh, the thing
What
that,
is it?
that she carved?
Yes.
No, that's not an MTG thing. That's Tilana's hairpiece.
Oh!
We have 2 kids in the party.
Huh? What? Two what?
Two
Kids
gays.
in the party.
Oh, okay.
Canvas is mildly freaking out, but cut Pacifico off before they could speak.
Luke looks back and forth, like tracing Canvas's eyeline.
Don't say a word.
He looks back. He's got the biggest grin on his face.
Hey, Kevis, we should do
No.
the thing, by the way.
What thing? Oh, the
The thing!
sure. Yeah, the thing. Right, yeah. She prestidigitates the pumpkin matter off her hands that she hadn't realized was there. Right, yep. And, do we want to do the theatrical play fight of
Sure.
Tezzeret
and-
versus Ajani?
Yeah, sure. You know, it's like yeah, well, I guess like kind of like do it like right here. Like, let me move some people out of the way. Get, you know,
Hang on.
make some space.
We need to announce this shit. Luke, much like he'd done on their first day, twirls up his staff and enchants it a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who enjoy a show, my oh my, I've got one for you tonight. What are the names of the planeswalkers again? There's Ajani and
Tezzeret.
Joining us tonight, we have Ajani and Tezzeret to show off their powers.
Pacifico does the Crimson Lash, except it's Ajani's axe.
Canvas is going to cast Alter Self on her arm and turn it into very similar to the Ethereum arm that Tezzeret has, and it's going to charge up a ball of light and fire it. It's just an illusion, but it's a fire. It's just a bolt of blue energy fired at Ajani.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can see like some people are going out, ooh, like specifically you can hear Rosie and Kadoris are like, they're like standing up and they're like so fucking excited because it's like, oh my god, we have LARPing going on.
He's
Oh my
going to
God,
actually
yeah.
let it hit him, but land back on his feet and then get up with a roar.
Oh yeah, big old roar. Give it a roar.
You can hear Lorene going, you know, yeah, go Pacifico!
he's gonna run forward and he's going to purposely miss with the strike, but probably in a way where if Canvas wanted to have it hit and sell it, then Canvas could
yeah.
have it hit
Wrestle
quote
punch.
unquote and sell it.
Yeah, it's a play swing, and she takes the blow and lands on the ground as Tezzeret. Canvas kind of like very quicken casts message, and goes, "Hey, can you get Flitz to act like a Thopter and swoop him?" to
We really just doing the whole wrestling match right now.
Luke hears it and just suddenly hops off of Flitz, who swoops in from fucking nowhere straight down towards Pacifico.
Yeah,
Before
and as
taking off into the
that
night
happens,
sky again.
Canvas a little bit out of time swings her Tezzeret arm down like they're commanding it, and then meow. It's a bit out of time, but it works.
Boone will never escape wrestling sessions.
No, I really won't.
No,
Nor do
because
I
this is
want
hilarious. This
And
is
it'll
worth it.
And he'll zoom past him. He'll act like it kind of got the sting on him. It's like, you'll need more than that, Tezzeret. He acts like he's about to bring the X down again.
You'll never catch me. And as Tezzeret, they're going to swing their arm around, and then I believe they have. What are they gonna do? No, they've got to do the thing. So and just like that, as the axe swings down, funny enough, Luke, you commented on it in general chat. she planeswalks, just like Tezzeret would in the case where he's about to lose. And just...
It appears that our villain has escaped. It's time for the pursuit. So long! And Luke follows.
Yep, there's
also follows.
Oh no.
What the heck? I better make sure
Sorry.
I better make sure they don't do anything stupid, so I'm gonna follow them.
Does
It'd be
this
funny
see them
if just-
planeswalk?
It'd be funny if they pop back up and then take a bow, like immediately.
Yeah, because it's like, I would say, like, where exactly are you planeswalking to?
Canvas always, like, only ever planeswalks to one place when she planeswalks like this. When it's a quick and dirty planeswalk in the moment, it's always home.
Oh!
So
Like the
we'll
Kaladesh.
add Kaladesh to Pacifico's list.
So, that's
So-
fun. I don't know if anyone's home, and I look like a botched Tezzeret.
So I'd imagine it at her home. It's like, okay, we should probably get back and do the bow and everything. That's
Yeah, we should
Yeah, it's
probably
probably a
go back
good
and do the
idea.
bow.
Yeah. Okay.
Canvas
place,
just
by the
looks
way.
around for a moment. Is Ragavan here?
No.
Damn it.
Nice
I was
Okay,
hoping
he's
to
in.
introduce you.
I'll count you in. Alright? Ready?
Alright,
3, 2, 1, go.
and we go back. I don't know what's the button. This one. Reappear with the. It is not quite Tezzeret's planeswalking show. It's still the time wipe of a clock hand just going across the canvas, but she reappears and then bows.
When Pacifico leaves, he does his best to leave like a Johnny. When he comes back like himself.
Luke just leaves with the lightning strike and guitar riff.
And, okay, and then I'm trying to think, yeah, Thistle, you were asking if you had seen this?
Yeah. I haven't seen planeswalkers in action, have I?
Technically, no, you haven't.
Yeah, so I would see them leave and go, where'd they go? And then when they came back, Thistle was like, surprised, shocked, bewildered. Not like overtly, but more like, there are people who can do this? And then the horror begins to set in. As he comes to the conclusion, if they can freely go and come back as they please, does that mean the lieutenant might be able to as well?
Alright.
Welcome back, you guys. How was your trip?
Kaladesh is brilliant this time of year. I may have brought some things back.
What did you grab?
He walks over to the fire. He sticks something in it.
Fine.
He sticks another thing in it. And another.
Whatever.
Yeah, Grayson is just like, what are you doing?
Oh, it'll be pretty.
Like, I don't want to hear that from you.
I'm just
I
gonna
have
hide.
a delightful sense of what beautiful things look like. Thank you very much.
It's not my fault you're not one of them.
And he just sort of clicks two rocks together, and 3 rockets fire into the air.
Oh, so you made like little fireworks.
Yes. Pum, pum,
Nice.
pum. And the sky lights up with gold and silver stars.
Yeah, so everybody like starts like applauding, hooting, and hollering. Like, yeah, you guys put on quite the show.
Wait, who was that one?
Grayson.
And something about all of this just felt right.
It's like, meanwhile, the two members of the live action role playing club come to you and Canvas and are just like completely gushing at your guys' performance.
Oh, come on. It wasn't. Thanks, I guess.
Sorry, I zoned out for a moment. I'm dealing with stuff.
Yeah, no problem.
What?
Yeah, Luke set off fireworks, and then you've got everybody's applauding and
The
cheering.
LARPers are gushing
and-
over us.
Yeah, the LARPers absolutely
I,
loved the performance.
Yeah, I took some inspiration from seeing some of the work you did after I saw you around work. I nod to what's her name? One with big face.
Oh, Rosie.
Yeah, Rosie.
It's like, yeah, I don't blame you. Playing the monsters is fun.
Yeah. I might hop over for one or two at some point.
It's like, yes, you should. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
That one. I mean, I just did the type of thing that I would normally do, except I intentionally missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just played along the same way I used to play with the other kids back home, except usually we had to end up being saved by one of the Thopters. Falling off of buildings and stuff isn't healthy.
Oh, yeah, I'd imagine not.
It's like, dude, you're actually like playing on rooftops. It's like, man, I can LARP with you guys more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Luke is still at the fire and is prepping some more fireworks. Probably to Grayson's chagrin.
I
One,
guess I could
two,
probably
three,
drop by
four.
and we could work on choreography with you guys sometime.
Yeah, it's like, absolutely. And it's like, yeah, especially now the exams are over, now we have some breathing room.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so... Alright, anything else that you guys want to do as Luke's launching off fireworks?
Amy just wants to go back to her dorm room and go to bed. I think she's had enough excitement for one night. But she'll be like, so if you go, can you walk me back to my dorm room? I'm not feeling well.
Oh, I mean, yeah, sure.
What's the time at the moment?
I'd say it's pretty close to midnight.
Like a fucking class in the morning. Shit. And
I'll,
with that, Luke disappears.
I guess I'll see you guys later.
Huh?
See ya, mate!
Okay. Alrighty.
He just
so-
whispers to Amy, it's like, how quick do you think the prince thing is going to land in the paper now?
I'll give it till morning.
As to Pacifico, she is kind of sweaty and she's looking very
Alrighty. So... Oh, sorry.
No. It can hold off.
Okay. Alright, here, let's change map real quick. So, I'll have it be like, so you guys are, you're on like a path and you're like, you're leaving the grounds. and, you know, making your way back to the dorm.
I really don't like that
Is this
hyena
all
was
of us,
making.
or is it going to be just us, just those two?
Yeah, it should be all four of you. You know, it's like, Thistle, you can join too.
Alright, again, I can just keep an eye on them, and considering my training, I would, like, probably, you know, scope them out from the shadows,
Alright.
because that is what I do as a sniper.
Alright. Okay, so as you all are you're following trail, walking home, and, you know, just kind of chatting amongst yourselves, Thistle, from your advantage point, like, on the tree, make a perception check.
Perception. Oh boy. Okay.
Boom! Alright, so, as they're walking, Thistle, you get a glimpse of somebody behind the tree in the distance.
Oh boy.
So I immediately tell them... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like, you see that, there's a figure behind the tree, and then they're just, kind of like, going in another direction.
So I immediately turn to everyone and says, "Eyes out! Someone's watching us."
Great.
Get a visual on what they look like.
All
What
right.
direction?
He points to the right, and then he also says, give me a second here, because I am also gonna, I imagine this is where we drop down the artwork too, or?
In a little bit.
In a little bit, gotcha.
Yeah.
So I'll just keep it on standby, but I will describe. So he says, alright, svelte figure, blue hood, and
Find it.
Yeah.
Luke just says that, and Flitz takes off into the air.
All right, and I imagine Thistle will take point and lead everyone to where he found this figure.
Alright, so as you lead the way, you come across a clearing.
What?
And in the clearing, it looks like a giant house. And you can see, like, Thistle, as you're following, you can see that they're just kind of running behind the house. So when you see this mansion, you see a mahogany roof covering the veranda. It's bounded by a low rail, outfitted with fine wicker furniture out front. And above the double doors hangs a sign done in fine calligraphy. Captain Dapplewing's Manor. And
Captain
that's where
Dapplewing's Manor.
Yep, and that's where we're going to end the session tonight.
Yay.
This is our dungeon.
Yep. Get
Awesome.
ready.
Oh shit, we're dungeoning
Guys, I got a
in
natural
costume.
fucking 20. What the fuck? I never
Oh,
did this.
hell yeah.
I love this character. I've only known Thistle for a little bit, but I love him.
He's my good luck character. He keeps Will Wheaton away.
No, like, honestly, like, I got a natural 20 on initiative, and I just got a natural 20 on perception. Like, I'm doing my job as a character.
Oh yes, like I'm glad you all had fun. Alrighty, so so we are almost done with the fall season. It's like, yeah, we did a lot of RPing tonight. So next session we will tackle this dungeon, and that will finally put an end to the fall season, and we can move on to winter. I did not expect fall to drag out this long.
That's okay.
Alrighty, so with that said, thank you everybody for sitting with us, being patient. Hope you all enjoyed. This coming Saturday, we will be doing the next section of Ravnica Trail of Dragons.
And next Tuesday, well, Wednesday for you guys.
Yeah.
Yes. So normally we would be doing like the 2-week break. So like make no mistake, Strixhaven will be coming back. We'll be doing the next session 2 weeks from now. However, next Tuesday we are going to do something special. So Brian, would you like to announce?
Yeah, so I have two things to say. For one thing, fucking Hoopa.
Of course.
Secondly, so, the next Tuesday we'll be going back to me as a DM as we do session 2 of the Neopets one-shot.
Yes. Doc returns in with his robot buddy Mew.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
I
My
have a
internet's
gentle
blipping,
reminder.
so
Yeah.
Finally, the smartest Grundo in all of Neopia.
Just a gentle
Sorry.
reminder for you all that Rivi
Vivi
is not a statue.
Sorry, maybe it's a good thing that we're ending this because I did not hear any of that. My internet's freaking out.
That's okay.
I play Kadrat's sister. Her name is Pyraku.
Yep.
And she's a star druid.
Yee.
And I was scared because last time I played as the character, I didn't think I was gonna do druid correctly, but I did. So I'm excited to get back to her again. It's been like 2 fucking years. 2 years since we did this one shot. Holy shit! I am so sorry.
Yeah, so prepare for some interesting player choices on whatever missions they wish to go on, and of course the big gimmick being the occasional spin of the roulette wheel to see if something will happen.
Alrighty. Alright, so yes, so Ravnica this coming Saturday. Next Tuesday, Neopets. Following Tuesday, be the next round of Strixhaven.
And on that Saturday, we return to Curse of Strahd.
Yes, so lots of D&D all around.
We got
wait a second.
What?
Can we go back over what was just said there? I think my brain short-circuited.
It's fine.
I was saying this coming Saturday for us is the next session of Ravnica Trail of Dragons, and then the Tuesday after, next Tuesday from tonight, that will be the Neopets one shot.
Yeah.
And then a week after that, we return for Strixhaven. And then
I missed the mention of Strixhaven. My brain short-circuited and it sounded to my head like Jordan was saying we're going to play Strahd next week.
No, stop listening to me.
Yeah, no.
No,
Yeah,
my brain just short-circuited and missed the mention of Strixhaven again.
Yeah, no, we got. Alrighty, but
I think it's that hour. Let's go to bed.
Yeah,
Good night,
it's late.
Yeah, remember,
Yeah.
it's actually Curse of Slad.
Yeah,
Curse of
no.
Slot.
Curse of Slot is one of the taglines of many taglines
Curse of
that we have
Slut.
throughout the series. No, okay, Curse of Slut is little lowbrow. Let's not use that.
Yeah.
As the Curse of Strahd DM, I refuse that one.
Yeah, Curse of
Cease.
Slod. Alrighty, so good
Curse
night,
of
everyone.
Cunt, however.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Good
Night,
night.
guys.
Bye-bye.